Bom dia. Bem-vindos à conferência O papel da economia social.
Good morning and welcome to the conference today for the this is performed in the context of the Portuguese presidency of the Council of the European, and it's organized by CASES in collaboration with CASES. And the formal opening of the conference now, we are going to give the floor to Basílio Horta, Mayor of Sintra. Minister, Excellencies, colleagues, President of CASES, ladies and gentlemen. Sintra is a council that has deeply committed to the social economy, and we want to aim for a sustainable, inclusive economy. This is why it is an honor for Sintra to receive these speakers and to host the conference that is being held today on focusing on the social economy in the European context. Today, we are going to be contributing to the work done by the European Union for the European Action Plan. Now, Cascais, Coimbra, Torres Vedras and Braga are also part of the network of Portuguese cities that are going to commit formally by means of the signature of the letter of commitment to the social economy later today. In 2021, this is going to be a year that will really focus on the social economy in municipalities and cities. The social economy has gained in importance both in Europe and in Portugal, and that is why we urge the regions to develop and to deal with the problems that we are currently facing. In the social economy today, the state does not get involved, and that is why strategic partners should be in the form of local and regional administrations. Today, unfortunately, we are facing problems. So today, to talk about the social economy and to strengthen social cohesion and territorial cohesion totally makes sense. This is why it is important to create high-quality jobs, wealth, and entities that are close to the citizens and that are focusing a lot on volunteering. The social innovation as well as environmental innovation are fundamental, and citizenship is going to be a core in the social economy. In 2008, the financial crisis hit the world, and the social economy proved that it is resilient, and it has faced up to the challenges faced by many citizens across Europe. The support provided by the social economy to society was clear at that time, and I think that it is going to become even more clear in the future. Today, every single day, we can see how the social economy provides support to society. It provides networks that help the most vulnerable. This is why in Sintra we recognize the social economy, and we want to promote more cooperation with the social economy too. This sector can help us recover the economies in the Europe and promote greater cooperation, especially in a sustainable view for greater social and territorial cohesion, because this is fundamental in terms of inclusive, fair society. In Sintra, there are many diverse organizations. There are over 1,200 social economy entities that distribute their wealth throughout culture, religious organizations, healthcare, environmental organizations, and many other sectors. These social economy bodies are based on solidarity, non-discrimination, equality, social cohesion, justice and equity, transparency, as well as accountability and individuals' responsibility. These are values that we defend. This is why we strongly support the social economy. In its funding, we provide support to their projects. We also aim to provide support in human resources as well as facilities so that it can operate properly. We have developed special funding programs, and I would like to highlight one. It is the financial support program called PAFIN. We have also created emergency funds. At the moment, we have about 2 million euros there, and we have 3 different funds available, one of which is especially aimed at entrepreneurs, and another one is also aimed at the unemployed who do not receive any kind of benefits. Companies also have access to a fund. Over 1,300 companies have accessed these funds. The support provided to the social economy represents a large part of the investments made by the municipality. The aim is to ensure equity in access to care and to benefits amongst the various communities. This is an investment for which we are receiving very high return on investment from a social viewpoint. It also promotes inclusive progress and equal opportunities. The municipality of Sintra recognizes the bodies of the social economy as great support for the promotion of citizens' participation and social cohesion. We do hope that our vision will be shared by other regions in Europe, especially also by the institutions of the European Union. We hope that there will be an EU legal framework that will promote and foster the social economy, which will help implement the European Pillar of Social Rights. Sintra hopes that we will find a way to have a good return on investment for the European investments. Thank you.
Usa da palavra,
Now, the Minister of Labour, Social Solidarity and Social Security, Minister Godinho, the floor is yours.
Muito bom dia a todos.
Good morning to all. I would like to welcome everybody who is seeing us on a screen. I do hope that we will soon be able to meet together. I would like to welcome Commissioner Nicolas Schmit, as well as everybody who is here and everybody who is supporting our initiatives. I would also like to welcome the host, and this is an important moment in the Portuguese presidency. I do hope that this conference will be good and that we will be able to reflect on the importance of the social economy. Thank you very much, Basilio Horta, for your words of welcome. And we find ourselves in a palace that is a very good backdrop for this discussion on the social economy. I would like to congratulate all the municipalities here represented, Braga, Cascais, Coimbra, Sintra and Torres Vedras, for having created the network of Portuguese cities that focus on the social economy. This demonstrates how dynamic some cities are to be able to find solutions to everyday problems. It also proves how the social economy has been rooted in its aim to promote greater social cohesion and territories. And we can really show how various cities can work in terms of the social economy as a network. There are many challenges at hand. The Portuguese presidency of the Council also focuses on the monitoring committee of the Declaration of Luxembourg, which aims to promote the social economy as a factor of progress which is decisive in terms of the economy and society. This is also a time for us to commit to integrating the most vulnerable in society so that they can become more stable. We also want to prevent economic precarity. The aim is for inclusion in labour, in society, and we want to fight inequalities, and we want to implement the values of the pillar of social rights, which Portugal has committed to. The European Action Plan for the social rights pillar is fundamental here. Indeed, in the last quarter of 2021, the European Commission will present its action plan, which will truly prove that the social economy is fundamental on a global and local level. This is fundamental. The aim is mainly to find answers to the challenges we are facing, and the social economy will play a decisive role in these difficult times that we are facing. The social economy model was born decades ago, and it is truly needed today. A social Europe will be the guarantee that nobody from Lisbon to Bucharest or from Helsinki all the way to the other end of Europe will not be left behind. This is the guarantee that Europe that is based on cooperation, social justice and cohesion will move forward. The social economy had to act fast. It responded very fast to the needs of people when and wherever they needed. People who suddenly found themselves without any economic means were able to receive help both on a local, regional and larger level, because the social economy responds to the needs of people. The social economy employs approximately 6.4% of people in Portugal. It really will be a response to the needs of the people, especially in these times of pandemic. There is a program in place that aims to improve the capacities of people employed in social economy. And in only a few months, many people were trained. This program is going to be pushed forward until the end of 2021, and it is fundamental to create jobs. It has also proven how important it is to promote the social economy and to provide support to it. We are now going to be launching a program called Providing Value to the People Who Work in Social Economy. They deserve this. We can see now that social economy is very important in driving forward solutions to our challenges, and it is a fundamental player in terms of collective responses, and it will help us also resolve the demographic challenges that we are facing, such as aging population and low birth rates. We must continue working on the structural investments that we are making. This is why we are going to try to move forward with our cooperation with the social economy. We will be focusing on helping families with children and investing in, for example, constructions, so building. And we have also launched a program to help the most vulnerable and the elderly in the country. This represents well over 10 million euros. We have a total of approximately 1 billion that have been earmarked for projects in the social economy. We have also seen that we need to promote the social economy in different forms, because we see the social economy as being a decisive partner to resolve problems. They are key players because they can implement solutions fast, and the fact is that we need solutions fast. Today, at this conference, we can see the importance that we have given to the social economy so that more people can be reached and faster. So there will also be a new network of co-working spaces in the country, and I am announcing this for the first time. These times today are times in which we must mobilize. We must prove that we can express solidarity, and the social economy is capable of providing local support to those who need it on the field, and this will create a fairer world. This is a symbol of a large change in terms of society. Our weaknesses have really been highlighted lately, and the social economy can play a unique, decisive, and high-priority role. Thank you very much for organizing this conference, and thank you very much for really making what seems impossible possible. So thank you to all the players of the social economy.
Excelências, minhas senhoras,
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, well, this year is Portugal's job, in the context of the Luxembourg Declaration, to move forward with the social economy. Now, we've had consultations, and we've worked with CASAS and the leader, Mr. Sergio, that work to, at this point, declare that Portugal is the social economy capital for 2021. We've got then the network of Portuguese cities as a model. It brings together Braga, Cascais, Torres Vedras, Sintra, Cascais, Coimbra. And in future, we expect this will be extended to other cities as well. Now, the cities that I've just mentioned, Sintra, Torres Vedras, Coimbra, and Braga, and Cascais, have joined together with Casas, and the goal is to set together a network of Portuguese cities, as Portugal is currently the 2021 European capital of the social economy. They're undertaking a commitment, first of all, to contribute to the main strategic priorities of the European community. For example, more intelligent, sustainable, and inclusive development, social cohesion, full employment, and the fight against poverty, democracy, better governments, and sustainable development. Second goal, to actively work with the European Union in its various phases and structures to promote the values of the social economy, creating social and other conditions which will make it possible to promote balanced development. Third, to work in a network to extend good practices in the social economy sphere. Four, to establish a stable partnerships with other participants in the social economy between the private and public sector to develop innovative methods of government at the local level. And then to also look at other ways to move forward. Number 5, to stimulate the participation of the actors in the social economy, and to try then work on capacity building, impact assessment, and sustainability criteria of those involved. 6, to try and promote those areas where we can move forward in the area of social economies, to make sure that also citizens and communities are fully involved in this process, especially those who are marginalized or at risk. And then next, in the course of 2021, to move forward, that as we are the capital of the social economy, working together with CASAS, a number of different initiatives which are of great interest, which will do much to develop the social economy, which is an essential part of a common action, which is a part of the attached charter we're here to celebrate today. And then in 2021, we want to move forward. After this network has been set in place, we want other municipalities to join us in this and to then take up the challenges that are enshrined in the charter. Now, we're going to have a presentation from the Vice Mayor of Braga at this stage.
Sim, por favor.
Excelentíssima Senhora Ministra, Doutora Ana Mendes Godinho.
Minister, Ms. Godinho, representatives of the municipal governments, Eduardo Gracias from CASAS, others here present. Ladies and gentlemen, the city government of Braga has greatly recognized the importance of the social economy sector and how much it can do to help transform our economies and our cities. Now, we see this playing out in a number of different ways in our city of Braga. We see that there has to be an investment in the instruments of the social economy. There has to be financial support. There has to be technical support. There also has to be help to trying to see where we can take all this in terms of the concepts and the vision, which then plays into the strategies. Our city continues to develop its wealth of knowledge in this area via our participation in international networks within the Eurocities, the OECD, and the ORBAC programs, which has made it possible for us to better understand the contribution of institutions and the social economy for growth which is sustainable and all-inclusive in our cities. That said, this investment is not just something which has come via our participation in European networks. No, we've also been working at the environmental and cultural and other levels to work with others who are innovative. We're trying to make sure that our human resources are put to the task here and up to task. We've also worked with our young people. Much has been done there, in particular, to develop respect for human rights and develop the goals of sustainable and inclusive development, part of the Braga 27 attempt and candidacy for to be the European city of culture in 2027. And again, this involves participation. This involves a democratic investment. And here, when it comes to Europe, we've seen that there has been financing for a number of different programs, CLDS program, the 8G programs. This has been very important for the development in Braga. We've also seen the universities being very involved that are in our city, and they've been working to develop the social economy. All have come together and meant that it has made possible for Braga to be up to this challenge and to make our contribution. And are calling for this Portugal in this year to be the first European country of the social economy. And here we join in this agreement and this undertaking jointly with the other cities of Sintra, Torres Vedras, Coimbra, and Cascais. Thank you. So we're going to take a short break here, but we're now going to hear from the representative from the City Hall of Cascais, Mr. Jesus Carreras, who's actually the mayor.
Muito bom dia a todos.
Good morning, everyone. Minister, Your Excellency, Commissioner, President of CASAS, representatives of municipalities, mayors and vice mayors of the 4 other cities, including Braga. It's quite an honor to be here. It's a responsibility, too, though. It's a responsibility as we join this network, as we are part of the presidency now of the country for the social economy. And now we look at what we need to do in this area. It's very demanding. This is a time of great opportunity. It's something that we've been involved in the past, but now new opportunities are afoot. So we look at this process, and we increasingly see that we need to think differently. We need to be innovative and creative. We need to see what our communities have learned. We need to build upon that. We need to see where we haven't gotten it right. We need to see what things have gone wrong in Portugal, but also in Europe. We've got to better understand in particular that much of the problems go back years, and we need to do what we can. We need to understand that we have to take decisions moving forward to improve matters. There are plans in place, but if we don't get this right, if we don't anticipate correctly, if we don't take advantage of this opportunity, we will not be taking the decisions that often require courage. Not all the time they're going to be popular, but are nonetheless necessary. They need to be taken for the well-being of our populations. Now, Pablo Francisco said sometime before the pandemic, we're all in the same boat here. And now we can see that not all the boats at the end of the day are quite the same. There's lots of different ships on the sea. There's lots of different situations. And that all leads us to question as to what we hope to achieve. What is our destination? We have a lot of experience in Portugal. When it comes to navigation, we have a whole body of experience that we can apply, that needs to be applied. And I think the other representatives from our local governments, Coimbra, and from the networks ahead, I just would point out that municipalities in Portugal are aware of what is at stake. And we're all in this context of a pandemic, which has made things special and difficult. But we know that contributions can be made, that we can do our part. In the short run, we've got to get cracking. I mean, we can't think about medium and long term too much here. As it was said, in the long run, we're all dead. So we've got to get our roll up our sleeves and put aside our political dogmas, our ideological prejudices. That's going to actually help us do a better job of developing the potentials of our societies and our towns. Thank you.
Para assinar a carta de compromisso e fazer uma breve intervenção no público.
Now we are going to have the representative from Coimbra, Manuel Augusto Suarez Machado, who will come now and sign the charter and then make a short speech.
Senhora Ministra.
Madam Minister, working in Social Security, Social Solidarity, Mrs. Ana Mendez Godinho, Mayor of Sintra, that is our host here today, European Commissioner, Mr. Nicholas Schmidt, Antonio Seja, the President of CASAS, Eduardo Graça, a very long fan, an enthusiastic one at that, for the social economy. Friends, representatives of mayors and city halls from Cascais, Sintra, Torres Vedras, and Casas, I'd just like to say I'm very happy to be here. I'll keep it brief. For my city, it is a pleasure and an honor to be involved in this network being set up in 2021. As here we are the European capital of the European social economy. This is a multipolar effort. It's based upon the different skills and strengths of each one of our different city halls and cities, and it reflects our enthusiasm to get together and work together for the good of our communities. Now, it's only right that we recognize that for quite a bit of time in our local municipalities and in our freguesias, that we have been working to try and combat social inequality. It's more than ever necessary now because it's very clear that we need to join our forces, join our efforts to fight a common foe. Call it COVID-19, call it a social economic crisis. That's how we can promote the social inclusion of individuals, particularly the most vulnerable groups, that we developed a social protection mechanisms that can work for our citizens, that can work for this third sector, which is a social priority. We knew all this in the past, but today it's more obvious than ever. We've got to make this a reality. Now, in Coimbra, we have about 340 different institutions involved in the social economy. They work with our local government. They work with the regional authorities as they fight the pandemic, as they work with the different bodies of our freguesias, that they work with the municipal government, and they've done much to try and limit the problems. They've given hope as well. They've made sure that hope remained alive, that the times will get better, and they've done that by getting everyone involved. Now, in this year that we had the crisis, which also brought along not just a health crisis, but also an economic crisis, which isn't going away tomorrow, we had to find a true reply. We had to really give people concrete solutions so they didn't suffer hunger, that they didn't suffer from other economic problems. they're the ones that we had to give hope to, but they're the ones that also got involved in making things better. They were directly involved. We've tried to work together so no one was left behind. Our society would not be the same without local governments, without city governments getting involved. They work and get out the messages to the people they represent. They work with families. They work with families throughout the country. They provide support via the social economy. It plays an important role in our societies. And over the years, the city of Coimbra, and not just Coimbra, have promoted the social economy in a number of different ways. We've worked on capacity building. We've worked with many institutions in our area. We've been involved in a number of different initiatives, sustainable nature, which provide solutions, addressing the important social challenges through creative solutions and by raising the impact. So now this approach and bringing together a number of different cities here in this year of 2021 is a good endeavor. This is how we will plant and provide for a better future. Now, I'd like to just congratulate CASAS for bringing these cities together. The leader of CASAS, Mr. Manuel Fernandez-Gras, has done an excellent job of promoting these efforts. Now, in Coimbra, we've got lots of different operators in the social economy. They're already up and running. They're already providing support for greater equality. But we need to do more and continue. The country needs this. Our cities need this. The world needs this. And we, as Lorenzo said, what's almost more important than just the destination is how we get there. And we need to do that. We need to be active as we go down that path in the name of giving support to our citizens. Thank you.
Para assinar a carta de compromisso.
Now to sign the charter, I'd like to welcome Basilio Horta das Franca, who is the mayor of Sintra.
Para assinar a carta de compromisso e fazer uma breve intervenção no púlpito, o excelente...
Now I'd just like to welcome Torres Vedras' mayor, Carlos Manuel Antunes Bernardes, to sign the charter and then make a speech.
Bom dia a todos e a todas.
Good morning, each and all. Well, it's great to be here and share this moment with you. We've got Your Excellency, the Minister, Ana Mendes Godinho, here. And also I'd like to salute the Commissioner, Nicholas Schmidt. And then we have the representatives from Sintra, Mayor of Cascais, Coimbra, Vice Mayor from Braga here too. This is a moment. It's a uniquely happy moment. We also are here today with someone who had a vision to bring together a number of cities so that we could set up a national network of Portuguese cities to promote the social economy. I'm a happy man because here with the mayor of Torres Vedras in 2015, we put on the political agenda for work to be developed the things that we thought were essential. And that involved the social economy and commitments at the European level. And as Portuguese citizens, it's an honor for us now to be chairing the presidency of the of the European Council for this 6-month period. And then the 2030 agenda. Well, we do see this as one of the reference points of work that needs to be developed, and it needs to be developed on its various fronts. And obviously, the social economy is of the utmost importance. It's very relevant because increasingly in our territories, we see that we need to have territorial cohesion. We need, and more importantly, we need social cohesion, which makes it possible for individuals to work, to generate wealth, to contribute to the sustainable development of our societies. Now, sustainable development, that requires 4 pillars. First, the environment. Secondly, the economy. Third, the social facet. And fourth, governance. And that's why we're here today. That's why we're setting up a new model for such governance, bringing together a number of different cities here in the country of Portugal. And I want to share with you today that I deem this to be a moment of importance. I'm very proud to be here today. I'm proud to say that in 2018, Torres Vedras was the European City of Wine. Well, wine is important to the region of Torres Vedras. It provides a fabric of support to our society. And in this path that we've chosen, we have recognized the importance of the social economy. Indeed, we were the first Portuguese city to be involved in the European network of cities in the social economy. And within that context, I would like to just render homage, and rightly so, to Victor Nuicius, who really inspired us to join this European network. And it's quite my honor today to just mention that indeed that Torres Vedras is part of the European network. It's been important. It's allowed us since 2015 to be involved. That's when we first joined. And to realize that for development, it's important. Now, we've set up a study center led by Victor Licius, a priest, who I think you all are familiar with, who has been the director of our Center for the Social Economy. He's orchestrated the debates on the sector. We have over 500 participants. And within that context, I want to share with you that we have a project which was recognized by the European Commission, and one that involves the preparation of meals in schools. Here, we're referring to a program which uses local products for meals, which are then served in all levels of schooling. They're all involved in this project. And again, this is one that has been recognized for its excellence by the European Commission. It takes up 7.4% of the municipal budget of Torres Vedras. And that adds up to the tune of 4 million euros per year. Money invested locally via our local networks, and then providing schools meals. And we've been involved in a competition. In fact, we won a prize at the international and European level. The award was granted by the French institution involved in this area. Now, the goal is to create jobs, yes, and we have about 70 people who are involved in the different school cafeterias and the other places where the food is prepared. And then this is food which is also, the program is reviewed on a weekly basis by nutritionists. So this has created great wealth in our area, and we think this is something that can be developed. This is something that could be reflected in legislative acts in our country. This is a model which works and can be extended. The fact that it exists is good practice in and of itself. It's developed on a number of different fronts, and it's certainly an example of good practice, which is something that can be an example for Europe as a whole. But again, Torres Vedras today is one of 26 municipalities involved in a network. And again, we're hoping to compete for the European City of Culture for 2027. This is how we build Europe. And I just to say hats off to my colleagues from Braga, Sintra, Cascais, and Coimbra. And I think it's great that I would invite them to join REVIS, the social economy network of European cities. Let's not leave it here, though. Now we have this agreement for cooperation with Rio de Guarda, a city in Brazil. And what makes this unique is that it allows us to really focus on development of the social economy with a sister country, with our brothers in Araraquara in the state of Sao Paulo. In Brazil, this development of the social economy has an extra term added to it, not just the economy, social economy, but social economy and solidarity. We need to think about that too here in Europe, particularly in the context of combating the pandemic. And we as cities can be proud, but we have a lot of responsibilities in our cities too. Our cities are responsible for much of the development of the social economy in Europe. And this responsibility will lead us to give our best. So, Your Excellency, Minister, representatives from Europe, you can count on cities here. You can count on cities to make Europe one more characterized by solidarity. And thank you very much for this opportunity today.
Para assinar a carta.
For the signature of the Charter and a short speech, the President of CASES, Eduardo Manuel Fernandes Graça.
Cara Senhora Ministra,
Minister Ana Mendes Godinho, Mayor of Sintra Basílio Horta, Vice Mayor of Braga, Mayors of Cascais, Coimbra, Torres Vedras, ladies and gentlemen, to the President of the Parks of Sintra, who has loaned us this beautiful place, speakers who may even not be physically here, but they are here anyway. This palace of Queluz is a true heritage of Portugal. I would like, on behalf of CASES, of which I am the head, to congratulate the cities who have created the network of Portuguese cities for the social economy, and which will be the European capital of social economy. Today, we have planted a seed that will grow in the future. Indeed, municipalities today are a fundamental pillar to strengthen and recognize the social economy. Sometimes we forget that the sector of the social economy is constituted in our constitution. There are already over 70,000 formal bodies in Portugal that belong to the social economy, such as associations, cooperative, foundations, charities, and so on. In Portugal, they represent over 3% of gross added value and over 6.1% of full-time employment. This will probably have grown quite a big deal over the past years. This is a macroeconomic indicator that proves how relevant the social economy is. The figures I have given you demonstrates that the social economy is one of the sectors that is creating the most jobs. Indeed, The social economy even has a great deal of potential to create even more jobs. The continuous work of the social economy, its proximity to the citizens and to communities, make it decisive in terms of social integration, in terms of the promotion of equality and quality of life. It benefits large sectors of the population and promotes social cohesion. My thanks on behalf of CASES go to the municipalities, its mayors, and other people who have participated in the process. I would also like to thank the technical CASES team and all the companies that have participated in organizing this conference. Thank you. Now I am going to be showing you a short 3.30-minute video that we created in order to promote the concrete moment at which the network of Portuguese cities was created. I do hope that you will enjoy this video of your cities. Thank you.
Muito obrigado aos subscritores. Agora o uso da palavra.
Thank you very much to the signatories. And now Commissioner Nicholas Schmidt has the floor.
Thank you very much. Dear Minister, dear Anna, dear mayors of the network, dear friends. Well, having watched now this movie, I must say I really regret not to be with you, because you have shown how marvelous your cities are. So I would first like to thank the Portuguese presidency and the municipality of Sintra for organizing this important event. This conference really highlights the role of the social economy in the creation of quality jobs and in the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights in the current context, but also in the longer term. And I want really to congratulate the network of Portuguese cities for being now the European Capital of Social Economy 2021. But also I listened carefully to your speeches, and they really translate how strongly social economy is anchored with the cities, with the territories, with the local conditions, and how strongly also Portugal and the local authorities are committed to develop on the basis of a long tradition the social economy. As the pandemic and the related containment measures continue to have an impact on our lives, it is essential for Europe and its member states to ensure that this crisis does not result in further growing inequalities. And when we are speaking about inequalities, we are not just thinking about income inequalities, but also inequalities of capabilities, to refer to Amartya Sen, the British Indian economist, which refers to the capacity of citizens to access to social services like health, nutrition, education. And I think here social economy is key, precisely to give citizens this capacity to access important social services. We cannot rebuild our economies after this crisis if social cohesion, if territorial cohesion is weakening. We should leave no one behind, and no region behind, no city behind. And the Commission is absolutely committed to that, because we consider this as a necessity and as an urgency. We need now to shift from emergency measures to building a fair, inclusive, and sustainable recovery, with social progress at its heart. And here the action plan for the implementation of the social pillar, which will be a key issue during the Porto summit, really shows the way. And I'm really very grateful to the Portuguese presidency to attach such a high importance, and to Anna and also the Prime Minister, such a high importance to the action plan, and especially also to the organization of the summit in Porto. Social economy organizations play a key role in this regard in the implementation of the action plan. They are contributing to cushioning the impact of this crisis in numerous ways, but they also will contribute to building a new sustainable economy. Some have quickly adapted their activities to respond to the most urgent needs. For example, many social cooperatives and organizations have developed support networks for people in need in their communities, assistance for digital education, especially for kids sometimes had difficulties because they had not the devices, they had not the connections, but also by creating food banks or developing, increasing the food banks to combat poverty, by preventing loneliness, but also by acting against homelessness. This crisis has created a lot of social demands that we have to address. More generally, social economy organizations are also delivering a wide range of services, especially for the most vulnerable in society, in cooperation with public authorities and by complementing their actions. However, social economy also suffers from the consequences of this crisis. Their activities were often interrupted. They could not rely on a sufficient number of volunteers. The management of the crisis entailed additional costs, and their available funding proved sometimes more limited. While it is still too early to get a full picture of how social economy organizations weathered the COVID-19 storm, initial data suggests that they were affected almost as much as traditional businesses, although we know that social economy normally is more resilient. For example, in France, the level of paid jobs in the social economy dropped by 2.5% between June 2019 and June 2020, which represents more than 50,000 jobs lost. And therefore, the Commission very rapidly asked governments to include social enterprises in the different national support schemes, be it the supports to enterprises or the short-time work. We now need to look beyond the crisis. We need to work on building a fairer, more prosperous and stronger union, while accelerating its long-term transformation into a greener economy fit for the digital age. I'm convinced that the social economy has its part to play in achieving this ambition. The reason for this is very simple. The social economy puts people first. With the social economy, the EU has a powerful tool to lead the green and digital transitions by example and by design. The social economy model is embedded in a stakeholders model instead of a shareholders model. Thanks to the participation of workers, local communities, and stakeholders, social economy enterprises are able to create a positive social impact and economic impact to the benefits of citizens and local communities. It is, to quote another economist, Mariana Mazzucato, it is really a mission economy whose main objective is to increase public value. Social enterprises shall be a driving force of a new growth model that is good for people and good for the planet. Social economy actors pursue societal goals. The social economy model, in all its diversity and richness, represents a success story that need to be taken as reference at the current crucial juncture where we aim at rebuilding our economies and societies. It is a very flexible model, and it naturally brings innovation. For example, social enterprises active in the area of reuse and repair do offer a large number of decent jobs to people at risk of exclusion. The Commission has adopted a circular economy action plan, which is one of the main blocks of the European Green Deal. And in this field, social enterprises can develop new activities contributing to sustainable growth and particularly to job creation. They also train the people finding a job, in circular skills, filling an important gap of the traditional education systems. Similarly, digital transformation is a powerful vehicle for social innovation. It can enable those who struggle to access training or the labor market. There are many examples of social economy organizations seeking to address the digital divide. One example in France called Simplon, in Spain, Romania, and Belgium, as well as in Africa. They all offer courses in technical digital skills and hard-to-fill occupations for people furthest from the labor market, as well as for employees in need of reskilling or upskilling. The social economy can inspire systematic changes by promoting alternative business models based on revamped working relationships, collaboration, or driven by social and environmental objectives. At a time when the EU sets out to mainstream an economic model based on a fair, sustainable, and inclusive growth, the transformative capacity of the social economy is gaining momentum. The social economy can help us reinvent the way we live and work, the way we produce and consume, the way we eat and heat, travel and transport. And new platforms are already set up as cooperatives, and they fully respect social and labor protection. Technology can offer a new potential for the social economy enterprises, giving these new technology-based models a clearly human-centered dimension. In its communication on Europe's moment, Repair and Prepare for the Next Generation, adopted in May last year, the Commission already identified the social economy as part of 14 key ecosystems requiring specific support. With a new action plan foreseen by the end of this year, the Commission will put forward concrete measures to help mobilize the full potential of the social economy in the short and long term. We will build on the results of the 2011 Social Business Initiative to contribute to sustainable and inclusive growth and a fair recovery while achieving the green and digital transitions. Our priority with this action plan is to make it easier for social economy stakeholders to operate. This requires first and foremost to boost the visibility of social economy. This was already a priority of the Social Business Initiative, and it remains a key issue today. The general public, policymakers at all levels, and funders still have sometimes, I've seen that this is not the case in the cities here represented, but sometimes they have still a limited awareness, knowledge, and understanding of the specificities of social economy organizations and social enterprises, and of their positive impact on society and the environment. This often means social economy actors do not benefit from appropriate policy support because their economic weight is also often underestimated, although it represents 10% of European GDP. In addition, social entrepreneurship is deemed to be very appealing to young people and potential entrepreneurs. Making it more visible would broaden the appeal of entrepreneurship and create more and better jobs. Helping social economy stakeholders also means helping member states, local authorities, and operators to build enabling ecosystems. In particular, the EU will encourage national and regional authorities to adopt policy strategies in support of social economy. This will make policies and legal frameworks in different fields more coherent and adapted to the needs of social economy organizations and social enterprises. Social economy is an indispensable tool and economic sector for achieving an inclusive ecological transition. That is what a just transition is all about. The Just Transition Fund can support investments by social economy in those regions that are the most affected by the necessity to combat climate change. Social economy stakeholders also need access to public and private finance across the EU. Here also we can do more. Considerable progress was already achieved in this area. Since 2014, a range of funding instruments has been put into place and have often made a difference on the ground. But the reality is that social economy organizations and social enterprises still have difficulties accessing finance. I think it is important to include also social economy in the national recovery plans to make the transformation real, and as it was said, to be in the proximity of the citizens. InvestEU is an important instrument, but it has to be made more accessible for smaller organizations. We need to work more to help social economy organizations and social enterprises to be prepared to manage relevant investments. Therefore, we need to make sure that organizations working on the ground are aware of the wide range of EU and national funding opportunities and are able to navigate the complexity of administrative processes around EU funding. Beyond these three priorities, the action plan will also aim to address other important objectives. For instance, we need to encourage social economy organizations and social enterprises to scale up. The possibilities offered by existing EU rules to use public procurement to pursue social objectives should be better used. Markets can be reserved to enterprises employing disadvantaged workers or people with disabilities. Public authorities can also raise the awareness of social economy organizations and social enterprises on opportunities linked with public procurement. Social economy has a lot of experience in delivering social services, such as long-term care and childhood care. Public authorities should consider them as partners to further improve the delivery of such essential services. And last week, the Commission adopted a child guarantee to provide the right services to children in need. And I think there is an important role for social economy in the implementation of this child guarantee. And more generally, we should encourage social economy organizations and social enterprises to cooperate more together with the public sector as well as with mainstream business. We also need to boost the creation of social innovation and develop the appropriate tools and policy environments so that it can achieve systemic change. The crisis provoked by COVID-19 pandemic makes it even more important for us to make the most out of all new ideas that meet social needs and renew social relations. We need to boost the social impact of social innovation by facilitating its scaling up and replication. Boosting the social economy means empowering social entrepreneurs, in particular, young entrepreneurs, startups, and also through relevant business support organizations. Young people have already shown significant interest in social economy and its positive impact on society. Moreover, in the aftermath of the current crisis, youth will face higher risk of being unemployed. We should therefore encourage youth, as well as other people affected by the crisis, to create jobs for themselves and also hopefully for others. Our action should go beyond the EU borders. We should aim to strengthen the social economy in non-EU countries, in particular in enlargement and neighborhood countries, and through EU development cooperation to support decent jobs, civil society development, and prosperity. I listened that Brazil was mentioned, and Portugal is very active in relation to the development of the Brazilian social economy. We also have an organized cooperation with the Mediterranean countries. It's of utmost importance to create jobs for the young in our Mediterranean neighbors. And here also social economy can be an important tool, as it is in our cooperation relations with Africa. To conclude, it is important that we join our efforts in supporting and promoting social economy, as it allows us Europeans to build back better. The outcome of the event of today will feed into the preparation of the Social Economy Action Plan. I would like to thank you in advance for your valuable contribution to this important initiative. I would like again to pay tribute to the efforts of all social economy stakeholders in Portugal and all over Europe who work every day to make our society fairer, more inclusive, and more sustainable. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado pela sua intervenção, Sr.
Yes, thank you very much, Commissioner Nicholas Schmidt. Now, I'm going to give the floor to Madame Jelenc, responsible by the European Commission for the European Action Plan for the Social Economy, who will be presenting the main political objectives developed at the Commission as part of the Social Business Initiative. And then we'll have comments from Victor Metzger, the director from Social Economy Europe, the SEE. Manuela Jelenc, Madam, you have the floor.
Good morning, dear Minister, dear Commissioner, dear participants. I'm very happy to have the opportunity today to present the study that the Commission took, the study that the Commission commissioned as part of the work that we are doing to prepare the social economy action plan. I actually have a slide which I will upload now. I'm not sure this is visible yet. Oh, there seems to be an issue with the slideshow. So I think now we are set, right? So I will start. So first of all, the study that that I just mentioned took stock of the experience we gained from the launch of the Social Business Initiative in 2011 and the Startup and Scale-up Initiative of 2016. But clearly, we need to factor in also the consequences of COVID-19 outbreak, as was highlighted by the previous speaker. The study was carried out last year and looked both at the evidence on the impact of the earlier initiatives, the difficulties that faced the social economy and also social enterprises, but also the extent to which EU national, regional policies have addressed these challenges. The study came to a series of findings and based on that on a series of policy options. So I will start now with the main findings of the study. So what has changed since 2011? Well, first of all, visibility of social economy has increased significantly. Now, one may say not sufficiently, and one could also agree with that. It's true that the concept of social business, social enterprise has created more awareness on the social economy across member states. Social enterprises are considered more important actors, not only by policymakers in the social policy field, but also in other policy areas in regional development, cohesion, innovation, environment. SBI, the Social Business Initiative, has managed to act on a wide range of fields where policy support is really necessary to develop enabling conditions for the social economy to thrive. And obviously, access to finance has been a game changer. In the last 7 years, EU funding, both through EU level instruments or through the European Social Fund, have been really an important support. What needs also to be highlighted as a positive change is the overarching approach to social economy. So looking at the whole ecosystem and not at individual elements that can be tackled here and there. So, for instance, a better access to financial resources requires not only available funds, but also access to specific financial products at the local level, a specific understanding and treatment of the social economy in the social entities, as well as financial capacities in the social economy organizations. But there is always a but, more needs to be done, clearly. Because the support of the social economy organization is not an end in itself, but rather a means to strengthen its role in contributing to local and regional development, addressing local, social, and societal needs. It can also play a role in creating jobs in a community, addressing vulnerable groups, promoting social innovation and territorial cohesion. There is also a need to improve the statistical information, for instance, on the social economy, which would contribute to a better understanding of the sector and its benefits, its impact for the society. And we also need to strengthen the visibility of the social economy and its beneficial role to sustainable and inclusive development. I'm coming now to the policy options in more details that were highlighted in the study. So clearly, there is still limited awareness, knowledge, and understanding of the specificities of social economy organizations and of social enterprises. And these clearly can impact negatively on policy and funding design. So the following elements came to the fore. First of all, that there is a need for the promotion of a more consistent framework of concepts. There is a need for a common understanding and an overall framework of definitions and concepts. For players in the member states, and in particular at the local and regional level, it is not always easy or clear which type of organizations EU policies refer to, and specific needs of different types of organizations according to their national setting, location, size, life cycle situation need to be taken into account. It would also be beneficial to strengthen the coherence between EU policy initiatives and EU instruments. And important it is here to highlight the transversal role of the social economy in relevant EU policy initiatives. This is clearly something at EU level work is being done. As the Commissioner Schmidt mentioned, there is a high political momentum for the social economy. And indeed, if one looks back to the last 15 months, 20 Commission initiatives have made specific reference to the potential of the social economy, whether it was about the Green Deal, about a partnership with the southern neighborhood, or with on a union of equality strategy for the rights of persons of disability. So you see very different areas. They all clearly look at the potential of the social economy. Finally, the promotion of legal recognition of social economy organizations. There should be more inclusive recognition of the diverse types of social economy organizations, and perhaps also better coordination with other pieces of legislation should be ensured. So then enhancing access to finance. This has been already highlighted by several speakers before me. They make the best use of EU funding, learn from innovative approaches, make funds available for the social economy also through innovative means like private equity, crowdfunding, hybrid schemes, public-private partnerships. Enhancing the access to market. So a great deal can be done to promote social public procurement. And there is a lot to learn from each other, domestically and in other countries. And public procurement officers and local and regional decision makers can be supported and trained in the use of social public procurement procedures. And finally, regulatory framework should better take into account the needs and capacities of the social economy, in particular for those that are small or medium-sized, or those that deal with the vulnerable groups. So there is a need to be more conscious of the challenges of social economy organizations. So, besides opening up opportunities, another important chapter is creating the right framework conditions. Policy change, it's clear, it doesn't happen in a vacuum, it doesn't happen automatically. So capacity building and training based on good practices and manuals of guidelines could be an important element. Social impact measurement has also a key role in supporting the development of the social economy. And also, we need to look at how to best tackle the needs of specific territories. It's clear that the social economy is a driver of jobs and inclusive growth, and for sustainable and balanced development, and therefore particular focus on the local level should be taken. Now, this was an overview of the findings and the policy options of the study. Of course, other work has been carried out in parallel to this to build the evidence base. Let me mention the mapping study on the social enterprise ecosystems covering 36 European countries, or the study on cooperation between social enterprises and mainstream businesses, which is also an important part of the puzzle, or the country reviews, policy briefs, and compendia of good practices that have been prepared together with the OECD. So this all leads us to where? First of all, you may have seen that the Commission has published a roadmap. In EU jargon, that means the first step in the preparation of an initiative, the first formal step, let's say, in the preparation of the initiative, and the roadmap presents the objectives and the possible content of the action plan. And the reason why I mention it here is because you are all invited and strongly encouraged to submit your feedback by the date you see on the screen. Obviously, the other opportunities to provide input is also the Mannheim European Social Economy Summit that will take place end of May, and all the workshops that we are running up to the Mannheim Social Economy Summit. And last but not least, the conference today, which is really an important step to get your feedback and your input in view of the adoption of the action plan on the social economy. So with this, I would like to thank you very much and look forward to the discussion today.
Well, thank you very much, Manuela, for this excellent presentation of the work of the European Commission since the SBI, the analysis of the social business initiative that you have carried out in cooperation with some external actors, and right now this very important roadmap, which in EU jargon, as you were saying, means I mean the first step to start co-building this action plan, and also a short consultation to which all social economy stakeholders, public authorities, and so on are invited to contribute by the 26th of April. From my side, I would like, as Director of Social Economy Europe, I would like to thank the Portuguese Presidency and Minister Ana Mendes Godinho for this conference. Also, of course, our members and our colleague of CASES for contributing to the organization of this event. And as the Commissioner said, congratulations to the network of Portuguese cities, European Capital of Social Economy. What I will do, reacting to what Manuela has just presented, is present Social Economy Europe proposals to co-build this European action plan for the social economy. So I'm also sharing with you this presentation, and I hope that you are able to see it. First of all, maybe a bit of history. Social Economy Europe has been consistently calling for a European action plan for the social economy since our manifesto for the European elections in 2014. By the way, also very important, the European Commission has been working on social economy to a certain extent forever. The Treaty of Rome, as the Portuguese constitution that was mentioned before by Eduardo Grassa, already mentions cooperative as one key feature of the European socio-economic landscape. And actually, in 1986, the European Commission already presented a communication on business in the social economy sector. So at least since 1986, there has been a consistent work of the European Commission to promote social economy, and the history actually of our organization, and our president will also speak this afternoon, is very much linked with that, and is very much linked with the consultation that the European Commission established in the 80s and the 90s with social economy stakeholders that was called CIMAF, a structured dialogue with cooperatives, mutuals, associations, and foundations. Well, in 2019, coming back to the action plan, we presented a first policy paper that was developed by all of our members. So we presented a first policy paper on the future of EU policies for the social economy, and we deliberated to the European Parliament Social Economy Intergroup, and also to the former Vice President of the European Commission, Jyrki Katainen. That was our first public policy proposal, 30 pages, that we developed together with our members. Then, in the beginning of this new mandate, the action plan was confirmed. It was confirmed in the mission letter to Nicola Schmid by the President of the European Commission, and then also in the communication A Strong Social Europe for Just Transition that was published at the beginning of 2020. This year, of course, because the action plan is turning into a reality, we decided with our 17 members, with our growing network of 17 members and 4 external partners, to renew our proposals, and we presented a new policy paper co-designing the social economy action plan for an economy that works for people and the planet. And I believe that that our proposals are very much consistent and convergent with the work that the European Commission is doing, and with the results of the SBI study on the implementation of the SBI. We are proposing seven key areas for European intervention that are declined in 51 concrete actions. And I will go little by little to explain some of the futures and some of the proposals of Social Economy Europe. First, we agree, and we are totally aligned with the SBI study, with the study on the implementation of the SBI, that Europe needs a common understanding of the social economy. The social economy is very much like the European Union, united in diversity. The social economy is very diverse across Europe. We have many legal forms, many of them are specific to each member state. But we have a common identity based on values that have been mentioned before. People first, primacy of people over capital, democratic governance by the members, or the reinvestment of most of the profits. So companies that reinvest or all the profits or an important part of the profits to carry out with the social objective. So we need this common understanding. We need a perimeter of what the social economy is. We are diverse, yes, but social economy cannot end up being a buzzword with no real significance, a buzzword that anyone could use. We need to translate, we need to understand that in Europe there are some legal forms that are very well identified as part of the social economy. All the cooperatives in all its diversity, for instance, mutual societies, both in healthcare and in the insurance market, associations with economic activity, foundations, social enterprises, work integration social enterprises, institutions of solidarity in Portugal, and so on and so forth. Many legal forms, many of those are specific to the national realities and to the local realities, but all of them united around values. And to a certain extent, what we believe that the European Union should do is renew what has been done till now, which is very important. Mrs. Galeng was mentioning a very important mapping study on social enterprises across Europe that was focusing on this part of the social economy, on social enterprises. Those studies need to be renewed with an opening to the whole social economy. We should acknowledge that countries like Portugal, like Spain, like France, like Romania have framework laws for the social economy, and that other countries have laws and policies for specific social economy actors, as work integration social enterprises, as societies of societal impact in Luxembourg, and so on and so forth. So building on the basis of what has been done, we need to renew this exercise, and we need to have a recommendation to EU member states on a concept, on a common understanding of social economy based on the existing legal frameworks and based on the diversity of the social economy, and also ordering and giving coherence. We need to find out more. We need to understand better the diversity of social economy across Europe, building on the basis of what that has been done, but broadening the scope to the whole social economy, to all the cooperative forms, and so on and so forth. Of course, improving the visibility is very important, and a lot has been achieved, as it has been said. And already social economy satellite accounts, so statistics on social economy have been mentioned. And what we believe from Social Economy Europe is that Portugal is an example of that. Portugal is the fewest, or maybe the only European country that has satellite accounts for the whole social economy, with a very much consolidated and well-functioning system that should serve as a basis to build satellite accounts in other member states. And for that, European Commission support is needed. The European Commission has already provided support through Eurostat, and we need to continue supporting national statistic institutes to develop satellite accounts and statistics on social economy. We believe also that one of the measures that was present in the SBA study, building a new single gateway, a new online platform for social economy, is very much needed. We need a single gateway where all the studies that the European Commission has produced on social economy, some of them have been mentioned before by Mrs. Galeng, but also all the European opportunities for social economy can be found in a single online platform. We have the opportunities offered by the InvestEU, the opportunities offered by the Pact for Skills, the opportunities offered by the European Cluster Collaboration Platform that allows cooperation, the construction of clusters of social economy enterprises, or clusters mixing social economy enterprises with other types of business, research centers, universities, and so on, to achieve common strategic objectives. So we need this European online platform supporting social economy entrepreneurs, telling them about all the opportunities that the European Union offer, and giving coherence again to the many things that the European Commission and the European Union has done and will continue doing. Accompanying that, we will need a communication campaign because, as the Commissioner said, as Manuela was saying, social economy entrepreneurship is very much appealing in all its forms. Because of its values of people first, of democracy, of social innovation, of reinvestment. It is very much appealing to the European youth, and not only to the European youth, also to people that have been excluded from the labor market for several reasons, or to long-term unemployed. And we need to support them, to let them know that social economy can be a collective tool to solve their collective challenges. So a communication campaign on social economy, on the actions and on what the European Commission is doing, EU funds, financial instruments, etc., but also about social economy entrepreneurship as a tool and as one option. Following the example of Portugal, we believe that the European Commission could internalize this process of European capitals of social economy. And this Portuguese example of network of Portuguese capitals is very much interesting. So we believe that the European Commission should appoint, in cooperation with others, on a yearly basis, a European capital of social economy and social innovation. On access to finance, indeed, the InvestEU will be one of the key financial instruments. As you very much know, colleagues, the InvestEU has four policy windows. All of them are accessible for social economy enterprises. We have one on sustainable infrastructure, one on SMEs, but we also have one particular one on social investments and skills, which mentions social economy as a priority. So we need to, this is a strong promise of the new European budget. We need to make it into a reality. We need capacity building. We need cooperation with social economy financial entities to ensure that the social economy, that your businesses, your enterprises, that your associations can access strategic investments, both at local level and maybe even build partnerships at national and European level. The point on the national recovery and resilience plans is very important, on including the social economy in this national recovery and resilience plans, and therefore in the Next Generation EU program. And the European Parliament has invited member states to include social economy and to finance strategic social economy projects. And I believe that our president, Juan Antonio Pelleño, Social Economy Europe president, will give further details on that this afternoon, also building on the particular experience, on his particular experience in Spain, working with the Spanish government to build a strategic social economy projects. We also need a social taxonomy, and in the framework of the sustainable finance discussions. And a social taxonomy means that social, it's not only defined by the sector. Social finance is not only financing enterprises providing social services or enterprises in the social sector. Social finance is about which enterprises do we finance and how these enterprises act, very much aligned with the public procurement logic. It's about social considerations. It's about the quality of employment, the quality of the contracts, the equality policy, equality between men and women in the enterprise. It's about the environmental impact of the company. It's about what the company does with profits, how the company distributes and reinvests profits. What I am trying to say is that we should not have a reductionist approach to a social taxonomy. We should not have a reductionist approach to sustainable finance. It's a very important debate, and we should very much apply those principles that come from public procurement and identify that social, it is not only the sector, social is not sectorial, social is about how companies act. And of course, on finance, the ESF Plus the ESF has played historically a key role to finance social economy and will continue playing a key role. And also other programs as the European Regional Development Fund. Proposal 4, is on access to markets. And very briefly, what the main message here is that we need a transnational social economy. We need to have the opportunity to have a transnational social economy. A transnational social economy also means a transnational civil society. So we need to find the legal means to allow cooperation between people of different countries of the European Union to create together social economy projects. We already have a statute for the European Cooperative Society, which has had a limited impact, and we need to have a reflection about that. Also, digitalization allows citizens, 3 youngsters from 3 different countries of the European Union, to create a cooperative and offer digital services, and this is something that we should think about. And of course, also public procurement is important. And on public procurement, I believe that the European Commission has already done quite a lot in promoting socially responsible public procurement. And building also on that basis, we could go beyond. The Buying for Social Impact project is a very good example. It was focused on 15 member states, accompanying public authorities, analyzing the transposition of the directive, but also accompanying public authorities to buy more social. And this project, for instance, could be extended to the other member states that were not treated at the beginning. The 5th proposal is promoting social economy at global level. Little more to add to what the Commissioner and to Mrs. Galengs have said. The European Commission should work in partnership with others, and it's already doing it. Already doing it with the OECD to promote social economy at global level. We should work more with the Union for the Mediterranean to promote social economy in the southern neighborhoods, promote social economy in the eastern neighborhood, promote social economy in Africa and in other regions of the world, and cooperate also with to mainstream social economy in the G20, because social economy, as it is said here, is a driver for the implementation of the SDGs, a driver for entrepreneurship, a driver for collective actions to find solutions to collective needs. And the 6th point, in the last 2 points, the 6th point will be about the social dialogue. The social economy employs in Europe 30.6 million people. We are 2.8 million enterprises, and as Commissioner said before, we are 10% of the GDP. We should explore how to better include these employers in the national cross-sectoral social dialogue, in the national sectoral social dialogue, and same goes at European level, in the European cross-sectoral social dialogue and in the European sectoral social dialogue. We already have good practices, and we already have some social economy stakeholders that participate in the sectorial social dialogue. Amice, for instance, mutual and cooperative insurers participate in the insurance European social dialogue, and Copa Cogeca, so cooperatives, agricultural cooperatives also participate in the sectoral social dialogue. And regarding the coordination of the action plan, we need, in our opinion, we need an action plan with a long term or a medium term for its implementation. We need at least 5-6 years. This is just a proposal to implement this action plan. And the social economy is no different from SMEs. Actually, most social economy enterprises are SMEs. The efforts to promote social economy need to be constant. This is not one shot. Social economy enterprises exist. They are a part of our European social market economy. They have a common identity and they bring an added value. And we need a consistent European policy approach to support the social economy. Well, thank you very much. And sorry if it was a bit long.
Obrigado pelas vossas intervenções.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentations. Now, we're going to be taking a break in our conference. We'll be coming back at 1 o'clock local time. That'll be 2 p.m. in Brussels.
Muito boa tarde. Em continuação dos trabalhos, vai ser projetado o
Let us begin our work once again, and we are going to begin with a video on the social economy, both in Portugal and in Europe. It will take about 10 minutes.
What is social economy? A part of the economy puts people and the planet first. A part of the economy is non-profit and puts social concerns at the center of its action. A part of the economy has proven to be resilient and came out strengthened from social and economic crises. The social economy. The social economy gathers a group of private companies, formally organized with decision-making autonomy and freedom of adhesion, created to satisfy the needs of its members, producing goods and services, ensuring financing, where the decision-making process and the distribution of benefits or surpluses among its members are not directly linked with their capital or share, with each member having a vote. The social economy also gathers the entities that produce non-market services for the families. In the EU, there are 2.8 million of social economy players who provide a wide range of products and services in various sectors of activity. Together, they employ over 13 million people and generate approximately 8% of the EU GDP. Their existence has a significant weight in the European economy and is a driving force for social innovation, solidarity, and inclusion. The EU recognizes the importance of this sector, and that's why it has been planning and developing several initiatives aiming to strengthen it, such as creating a broad economic ecosystem, improving the access of these entities to the single market, promoting digitalization and international cooperation of the sector, and a European action plan for social economy. In Portugal, the social economy includes a wide range of entities, with various legal personalities, democratically organized, and created to satisfy the needs of its members, which produce non-profit goods or services. The sector of social economy enshrined in the Constitution is thus characterized by a strong diversity. Among this plurality, the social economy is a meeting place where the economic and social aspects coexist, as do the collective and the individual, demonstrating a different form of action and entrepreneurship in which the priority is democracy, social responsibility, and maximization of social utility. In this sense, social economy is developed by people who share common values and principles which constitute the guidelines for its whole operation. The primacy of people and social goals. An economy that serves the people, where results are based on social goals of empowerment of the people, aiming to create a positive impact in society, the environment, in the communities and local economies, and in creating and maintaining employment. The free and voluntary adhesion and participation. These are voluntary organizations open to all people, able to utilize their services and willing to assume their responsibilities as members without discriminations on grounds of sex, social status, race, politics, or religion. The democratic control of the respective organs by their members, respecting the premise one person equals one vote. The social economy entities are real schools of democracy and citizenship. Their members have the right and the responsibility of participation, information, of electing and being elected. The conciliation between the interest of members, users, or beneficiaries and the general interest of society. The respect for the values of solidarity, equality, and non-discrimination, social cohesion, justice and equity, transparency, shared individual and social responsibility, and subsidiarity. The autonomous and independent management of public authorities and any other entities outside the social economy. The establishment of agreements and partnerships with other organizations, including state entities, or external financing must not compromise democratic control by its members, nor the autonomy of social economy entities. The application of the surpluses to achieve the ends in accordance with the general interest, without prejudice to the respect for the specificity of surplus distribution, characteristic of each social economy entity. Social economy entities are non-profit, but should, however, generate positive results to enable them to reinvest in the development of activities aimed at achieving their ends and in improving the services provided. And who is a part of this sector in Portugal? The social economy universe in Portugal is comprised of more than 70,000 entities, very diverse. Associations with altruistic goals, cooperatives, mutualist associations, holy houses of mercy, foundations, community and self-managed subsectors. It should be noted that nearly 8% of these entities have the status of IPSS. These heterogeneous entities can be found in our everyday life and are present in several activities directed towards the population, from social support services, health services, education, financial activities, and other services such as construction and housing, commerce, transportation, tourism, agriculture, industry, and energy. The social economy is therefore present in almost all economic activities, and its specificity is not in the object of the activity, but rather in its purposes, processes, form of organization, government, and operation, and in the values and principles that guide their activities. In fact, the social economy is an extremely important cornerstone for the Portuguese economy and society, securing 3% of the national gross added value and over 200,000 jobs. Given that in Portugal that there are 20.5 million members in this sector, this means that on average, each Portuguese is a member of 2 social economy entities. The social economy also plays an important role in creating stable and lasting employment, contributing to the introduction of women in the labor market, many of whom are in management positions, foreign workers, people with disabilities. Therefore, this sector favors the creation of employment, as well as different forms of entrepreneurship and employment which contribute to social cohesion, to the integration of the most vulnerable groups, and to the fight against unemployment and labor instability. In short, the social economy covers a broad range of economic and social activities, which, due to their nature and ways of operating, generate important contributions to the production of goods and services, and the strengthening of the economic and social fabric, the solidary redistribution, social cohesion, and impact, the social innovation and local development, the promotion of citizenship and democracy, the promotion of environmental sustainability. Have you ever imagined what the world would be like without social economy? But there is a social economy, and it is growing stronger. Every day, millions of members and beneficiaries of this universe prove that it is possible to combine rentability and solidarity, creating stable and dignifying employment, generating social and human capital, promoting sustainability and social, environmental, and technological innovation. Therefore, by allowing and translating our connection with other people and to the planet, this important sector is a social and economic force which opens the way to a different form of producing and consuming, more resilient, fair, and sustainable, with a potentially relevant role to play in the green and digital transitions to be achieved in Portugal and in the European Union.
Obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Yes, thank you very much for your attention. Now our meeting continues with a round table on the subject of the role of the social economy in the creation of jobs and the implementation of the European Pillar of Essential Rights. Now, the keynote speaker will be Giuseppe Guerini. He was the rapporteur from the European Economic and Social Committee on the role of the social economy in the creation of jobs and the implementation of the European Pillar on Social Rights during the Portuguese presidency. The moderator will be Álvaro Garrido, the director of the economics department at the University of Coimbra. It's also our honor to have others on our body or on our panel. Angel Gurria, Secretary General for the organization of the OECD, Maria André de Elena, involved of the support mechanism within the ILO to the workers group, Mr. Revic, Secretary of State for Family and from Slovenia, Secretary of State for Family Opportunities and Social Rights. Then we also have the representative of the ministry from Spain and a representative from the UN Task Force on the social economy. and then social economies representative, and Francis Silva, the Director General of the Social Economy Confederation here in Portugal, and then Philip Almeida, who is the President of Portugal Social Innovation Organization. Now, I'd like to invite, without further ado, Mr. Guerini to begin his presentation, and then again under the auspices of Mr. Garrido, who is our chair. Sir. Thank you, and thank you, and thank you for inviting me to this wonderful conference. Now, first of all, I'd like to thank the government of Portugal, naturally, within the context of its presidency of the European Council of 2021, have undertaken to organize this very important conference, but they've also invited the European Economic, Social, and Committee to present an opinion which they produced on the role of the social economy in the creation of jobs and the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. I'd especially like to thank the European Commission, and in particular Commissioner Nicholas Schmit, who has demonstrated his extraordinary commitment to build a more socially secure Europe. And also, I'd like to congratulate the efforts here and the cities that were presented this morning and the wonderful initiative they've undertaken. Now, when it comes to the action plan for the European Pillar of Social Rights, well, that's also part of the green and digital transition and the European strategy to by a whole raft of ambitious projects and projects that the social economy partners would like to be involved in pursuing and are ready to do so. In a number of different European member states, legislation has been signed which recognizes the role by the social economy players, and yet we do not have a good comprehensive framework at the European level. Indeed, the only type of structure recognized in the social economy are cooperatives, even though we have other structures. There aren't that many cooperatives who are using the European possibilities, but it is there. Now, there has been a possibility in Spain and in Italy, with help from the European Court of Justice, the fact that the tax regimes for cooperatives should be applied to such entities. But we really do need to think at the European level in a proper definition of the characteristics from a legal point of view of companies and bodies and organizations in the social economy. Now, in 2018, the European Parliament proposed to introduce a system of certification for such bodies, such actors, using Article 50 of the TFEU as their legal basis. Now, this could be very useful indeed. This could be used as negotiations and attempts move forward when it comes to trying to facilitate the access of such bodies to things such as financing. Just a few days ago in my country, in Italy, an interpretation of incentives for innovative startups argued that you cannot be both a startup of an innovative sort and also be a social economy enterprise. Well, that's absurd because, indeed, social economy firms quite often are very innovative indeed. This just reflects the fact that we've got to make further progress here when it comes to recognition. And in that front, the EESC is working hard, has been for years now. In the last 10 years, we have produced 15 different opinions and deal with the social economy to a greater or lesser extent. And we have looked at the definitions of social economic bodies. We've seen them as being organizations which underpin the social aspect vis-a-vis capitalism. And have also worked to try and defend individuals, local authorities, by increasing democracy and bringing on board other voices, other stakeholders. And that involves the social, or rather the local governments that can contribute to the social economy, not just for profit, not just for capitalism, but rather to try and have a vision which leads to jobs, which leads to greater wealth and value. Now, a firm doesn't have to be, or a social economy, a firm doesn't have to be completely unprofit related. No. But what really counts is you want to create shared value, which is central to a social economy firm, while at the same time you're performing a positive economic service. This should be linked again to an action of in the name of the general good. And that's really at the heart of what a social economy firm does. These enterprises create jobs. And you can imagine that you could create jobs while you're serving the general will. And you've obviously got to have a solidarity, which goes beyond just your balance sheet. If you look at cooperatives from that point of view, it's a very interesting model. In concrete terms, it can create value via organizational method based upon solidarity and cooperation. What's more, we've said quite a bit today about social economy enterprises. There's been quite a bit of experience in the different cooperatives which are involved in helping integrate the disadvantaged people, helping them become competitive, helping them become economically viable, organizing solidarity then in the form of enterprise to create jobs with a social calling, to create jobs by creating jobs. And we've had this mythology of the 90s that you try and make money with money, that you can see that as being the guiding light of the liberal economies. No, we want something different. We want a liberal market. We want a lot of participation. I'm convinced that the better that you can build the social economy into this model, you can serve the interest of more social equality. And then you can also favor sustainable development, one of the stated goals of the European Union. Now, we need a definition. We need something that is well accepted by all in Europe. This should make it easier for these firms to access things that can help them grow, that can help expand the social economy. That's why we're looking with a great deal of interest what can be achieved in the action plan or in the pillar implementation, but also when it comes to what is being done for firms and individuals at the European level. And here I think of capital markets and access to capital markets. The social economy needs to be represented there. Their status has to be recognized as one of the players here. The social economy in Europe is 8% of the GDP internal. It's a plus, really. It is something which is very resistant. And this has been something that has become more apparent through these years of crisis. And 13 million people work in social economy entities. And about 6% of the European population has been involved in a cooperative. 50 to 70% are females, or women. And we have over another 30 million Europeans who are members of a cooperative, of a mutualist arrangement, or similar bodies. So we can see that the scale here is very, very important and wide indeed. And usually these entities are characterized by a democratic management arrangement. There's a link between making sure that people are involved in taking the management decisions and at the same time making sure that the jobs are saved and protected. This is something which is very typical of social economy enterprises. It's not because of being just conservative, but rather It's because these enterprises have a strong propensity to innovate, in particular when it comes to social innovation. So the social economy knows how to deal with change, a change in society, with never losing sight of solidarity as a goal. That's essential to make sure that development is inclusive and to make sure that inequality is reduced. We have 2 million volunteers who also work in enterprises in the social economy. And they're firmly linked to their territories. Often they're providing essential services in the areas of health, of education, and other areas. They're often helping and working with the disadvantaged. And this is work that often is involving the beneficiaries themselves in the territories. We see that they're playing a vital role in the circular economy and sustainable development. I would even mention the experience when it comes to the creation of jobs in social farming, as an example, and other innovative areas. The digital economy comes to mind. Fascinating what these enterprises can accomplish in the platform context to make them fair, to ensure better participation of the workers. This new form of work which is coming in via the digital world. It's very important that we make certain that there is participation reserved for the workers here on the platform venues. We've got to make sure that we focus on sustainability, and sustainability is one of the things that the economic social entities do very well indeed. And this has to be built into European projects. I would say that there's 4 areas where we need to be very active. First of all, taxes, then investments, then in business strategies, and then inclusiveness. Well, and if you look at the opinion that we're working on in the committee, you can see these 4 points further developed. That we do recognize the fact that there is a general interest, there's an area of general interest, which are the activities performed by these enterprises. And often they are of the utmost importance. The areas of education, of sanitation, social policy. We see that there needs to be a coupling of investment coming from the private and public sectors here to look at those areas where we do have a social impact. But we do know that the first form of investment needs to be via public procurement, public markets, and we need to be able to participate there. This is part of the social impact. And then also we've got to promote participation, stable jobs for workers and the firms in the social economy. That's also of great importance too. Here I'm thinking about one phenomenon, workers' buyouts, by way of example. And we also need to work on developing new skills which can help develop the social economy and make sure that the new technologies don't leave anyone behind. A few examples here. Well, when it comes to the social firms, they've worked at employing the disadvantaged. And one thing you can do is try and reduce the social costs, or rather the tax costs of hiring, reduce the Social Security charges, and make sure that when money is reinvested back into these firms, that gets specific tax treatment. I think that's the type of thing we can all get behind. And then when it comes to trying to support spending in the social sector, we can have exceptions. We can have incentives to encourage investment into social economy players, all with an eye to increasing its importance. And you've got to keep in mind that any investment into the social economy enterprises that we've seen over the last years has created many jobs, has brought many social benefits. And what's more, it's also often been able to help those who are most vulnerable to changes. It's also helped when it comes to helping firms that are in trouble survive by increasing worker participation in these firms. Again, going back to the workers' buyout. We've seen this in Spain and France and Italy as a tool, even in Portugal, where the companies are saved, the jobs are saved, the know-how is saved in both industrial and service sectors. It's important to make sure that we do support such initiatives. I'd also mention that we should have more done at the European level. Say an agency should be organized, or perhaps the European Industrial Fund monies could be used to try and help firms deal with this change. So we do need to realize again that there's an important role to be played by the social economy. We shouldn't just look at the market, which of course was at the heart often of the birth of the European project. But often, what's really important is the social economy. It really does underpin European democracy. And we've seen that inequality has increased over the last decades. It's quite shocking, really. It's gotten much, much worse as the digital economy has come to the fore. And we've seen new forms of capitalism coming forward. Surveillance capitalism. And we see in this context, as work becomes increasingly specialized and dehumanized, well, we've got to focus on the human. We've got to focus on the individual. Well, the economist last century ago, William Robke, mentioned how dangerous this trend was, the slippery slope, as work got less and less humanized. And we need to rehumanize work. We need an economic system which is sustainable, and that's part of this. You need to have participation, even within these companies. This is a development for work which involves and puts workers at the center. And this is what's really central to the social economy. This is a project for the European Union, indeed. We've got to take on board this responsibility. We've got to fight against the deterioration of an economic model based on inequality. We've got to look to the future with hope, and that's how we'll find that hope, via the social economy. And we need to be a voice at the European level of projects. We need to denounce an economy which has no values. We've got to make certain that we promote the full participation of people, of local communities, and where we see that there'll be the free circulation of capitals, peoples across the European borders. But at the same time, that's got to go hand in hand with re-giving work its value and recognition. We've got to rebuild a new model. We've got to rethink our markets, and we do that via the social economy. We look at that and see each and every day that things can be done, that we can put these values back into our markets and back into our companies. The human factor via inclusion, keeping the needs and interests of the individual at the heart of our models, be they political or economic models. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your attention, and I'm looking forward to discussion with everyone here.
Olá, boa tarde.
Good afternoon to all.
Falar em português porque
I will be speaking in Portuguese because we have access to interpretation. So I am now the moderator on the role of the social economy in the creation of jobs and in the implementation of the European Pillar of Social Rights. This subject was already opened up this morning, and I would like to thank the former speaker for having given his speech. I would like to salute Minister Godinho, and I would like to thank the hosts and the ministry for organizing the conference. I would also like to thank the Mayor of Sintra, Basilio Orta, for organizing this conference, and I would also like to thank the Vice Mayor of Braga and the mayors of Cascais, Coimbra, Sintra, Torres Vedras for having signed the Charter on the Social Economy. So we are now going to open up the panel. But before that, I would like to thank the public for attending this conference. So I accepted the invitation to be the host. I work as a lecturer at the University of Coimbra, and over the past years, there has been a lot of research on the social economy, such as cooperatives and other forms of social economy organizations. It is also important to highlight the fact that the University of Coimbra is one of the oldest in Europe. And the university is one that is closely linked in terms of values to the construction of Europe as well as social values. This conference is significant for our common future. It is taking place under the aegis of the Portuguese presidency of the Council, and I think that this will also be important in the context of providing the social economy with a position of a privilege in the construction of the future. The social developments and human development is very important. The conference is now reflecting this vision of the Portuguese presidency. And the social economy also wishes to establish links between healthcare, society, and the SBI has also been presented here as well. Now, the social economy is facing some new challenges that in various countries, in the European institutions, and so on. There was already increasing inequalities in terms of the digital transition, poverty, and so on before the pandemic. But with the pandemic itself, the social and economic problems have increased. And so we now face several crises, not just one. The European Commission will be presenting the action plan for the implementation of the social economy soon. And the European Union is now trying to revise the way it's dealing with this crisis compared to the past crisis with all the austerity measures. Now it wants to focus more on social cohesion, an energy transition, and a digitalization transition. The European Union clearly states that the social economy has a place in the pillar, the social economy will also be playing a very important role in social innovation, in the creation of jobs as well as others. Now, for this debate, I would now like to highlight the fact that that solidarity, the social economy, inclusion, and the involvement of local communities are also values of the European Union, i.e. of the pillar of social rights. Now, the social economy is undergoing new trends in the European Union. Various companies in the social economy are going to be helping us overcome the crisis amongst our communities. We have now got 8 participants who are going to be speaking to us. We have already listened to a few Portuguese speakers, and there will be more. Thank you very much for coming here. Thank you for participating in this debate. I will be asking every speaker a few questions, but 5 minutes for the responses will be granted maximum. So please be brief, so that we can have a second round of questions. And then there will also be a few questions from the audience. Please be aware that Angel Nguria is going to have to leave at approximately 3 p.m. And so if there are any questions specifically for him, we can ask them before the second round of questions. We also have Dr. Alvaro Bastos, who is here at the round table too. So now let us launch the debate. I just wanted to provide a little framework for this debate. And please be aware, dear members of the public, that if you wish to ask a question, you can use the chat option in the online system. Now, let me begin with Angel Nguria, who represents the OECD here as the Secretary General. And I will be asking you a question. The OECD has made an important effort in favor of inclusive growth and sustainable development, strengthening its link with emerging economies in a global logic. How do you see the role of the social economy in this inclusive growth economy, and what role can the social economy play in rebalancing communities with the environment and natural resources? The floor is yours.
The OECD Inclusive Growth Policy Framework and the OECD work on the social economy through the Local Employment and Economic Development Program, the so-called LEAD program, are mutually supporting. Inclusive growth is at the heart of the OECD's mission to support better policies for better lives, which is our motto. This is what we do. While a people-centered approach to growth is mainstreamed in all our work. So this approach can change the conversation from one focused on trade-offs between policies to one that looks at what could be done to ensure equal opportunities without straining the natural environment. The social economy is, in fact, a model for finding social innovations to change so that we can then move into a different type of conversation. The OECD has a strong well-being framework that measures what matters to people, looking beyond the GDP metrics. We are supporting companies to develop a similar well-being framework for measuring their own impacts, the impacts of the companies, the ability to assess business operations through financial and non-financial indicators, and the performance of the companies in this score is key to support more inclusive and more sustainable business models. Just as the inclusive framework contributes to the social economy, as proven by our long-standing work in this area, can in turn support the inclusive growth framework by significantly advancing social inclusion and reducing inequalities. So they are, again, mutually reinforcing. I will mention a few examples that relate specifically to jobs and inclusive labor markets. First, the social economy has a positive impact on working conditions because of the participatory and inclusive nature of its business and governance models. Second, it enlarges the labor market by creating and maintaining employment for the disadvantaged groups and also the disadvantaged places. Third, it reinforces the role of responsible business conduct and fosters constructive social dialogue among social partners. Now, the social economy also fosters communities that are more inclusive because it contributes to civic engagement. Importantly, it can promote more inclusive business transfer practices, for instance, with worker buyouts through the cooperative or social enterprise models, as Mr. Guarini mentioned. And this could support relaunching the companies that are suffering because of the crisis. There is great potential for the social economy to play a strong role in the inclusive growth economy. The OECD works intensively with national and local governments, with international organizations, with the business sector to unleash this potential. And one important example is the OECD Business for Inclusive Growth Coalition, the B4IG, that has pledged to build inclusive workplaces and fight against inequalities domestically and across the global value chains, across borders. And last but not least, by inspiring responsible practices among mainstream economic players. The social economy demonstrates that it is possible to reconcile economic objectives with environmental and social requirements. And of course, this includes implementing sustainable practices that are respectful of the primacy of human needs and of natural ecosystems in the environment. Now, the OECD's latest work on the inequalities environment nexus provides an excellent basis for a new growth model, one that is actually founded in a people-centered green transition. So count on us. We're there to work with you, for you. We're there to work in favor of the social economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Obrigado.
Thank you, Angel. So you have spoken about the potential in terms of inclusiveness of the social economy, including in the social area and in the reading of the ILO. So at the centenary of the ILO in 2019, some important debates were held on the future of work. And the challenges of digital, climate transition, and the demographic and migratory crisis were already present. What new challenges lie ahead for the post-pandemic context in terms of the future of work? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. And I am grateful to be able to speak Portuguese and to be able to participate in this important conference under the aegis of the Portuguese presidency of the Council. I would also like to thank everybody who is here. Now, as you have said, it is true that the future of work was already facing several challenges. It is also true that these challenges paved the route towards new opportunities. But decent work is a preoccupation on both the European Union's level as well as a global level. At the centenary in 2019, we signed the document on the future of work, and that is a historic document. It does seem that 2019 was a long time ago, but a series of recommendations were issued at that time and approved by organizations of workers, employers, and governments. The aim was to be able to face up to challenges that were meaningful in our times. Now, of course, those were the pre-pandemic times. But the trends identified at the time were key elements that can also serve in the context of the present crisis. The approach at the time was that work should be person-focused, should focus on decent work, on the rights of people, on their wishes, and these should all be taken into account within the establishment of political and social policies. Many pre-existing inequalities were identified by the ILO and the EU, and at the moment these inequalities are being exacerbated by the pandemic. The fact is that the pandemic has not affected us all equally. Young workers, women, migrant workers, and all those that do not work in the formal economy have suffered more than others. There were also key workers who were more exposed to the illness. And there are also other people who suffer because they don't have the same social protection. Now, let us now have a look at young workers. The fact is that they are more at risk of losing their jobs or of dropping out of school. And moreover, they do not enjoy the stability in terms of work that former generations did. The young have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic. Women have been severely affected as well. What have we noticed at the moment? We have noticed as well that the virus is mutating, that the cases of infection are increasing, that there are great difficulties in terms of the vaccination programs, that public finances are suffering, that healthcare systems are on the verge of collapsing, and that all this is really affecting people's lives. The European Commission has presented some predictions saying that there would be more economic growth in the upcoming years. And those who have suffered at the hands of the pandemic will be able to enjoy the fruits of a better economy in the future. The fact is that that support is necessary for the businesses, and they in turn will help the state continue. It is important that governments and states continue to provide support to companies. The higher the budgets in terms of GDP, the fewer jobs are lost. That is how the ILO sees it. The social economy plays an important role here. And I would like to be clear, it is fundamental that continuous efforts be carried out, both by the European Union and on a global level, in order to help workers. And the focus needs to be on companies as well, and the life of companies in the long term. I will be brief. So now let me talk about economic recovery. Economic recovery rests on the need for new forms of business. That is why we must focus on solidarity, on other forms of economy that focus on the environment and the like in order to move forward. Thank you. Thank you, Elena. Thank you for talking about decent work and other points. We will be able to pick up on a few other of the issues that you have mentioned in a moment. So we have people here on the panel who play very important roles in the context of social and labour policies. So I would like to invite the State Secretary of Labour, Family, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities of Slovenia, Mateja Ribic. I hope that I have not mispronounced your name. So I now have a question for you, which will focus a lot on the social economy. Everything points to the presentation of the European Commission's action plan for the social economy during the presidency of Slovenia in the last quarter of 2021. What contributions can you already highlight about Slovenian policies and reality on the social economy?
Well, thank you for giving me the floor. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear participants. First, let me thank you for the invitation to this round table. I'm pleased to share with you our views and practices in the social economy, and even more to listen to your intervention that will fit in our future development in the field. We support the Commission efforts in promoting more and better jobs and also in the sector of social economy. It's an important sector that we should further support, but also do everything in our power to respond to their specific needs. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed a number of challenges for our society, but it has also highlighted the potential role of that the social economy could play not only during the recovery period, but also in the future. During the last financial crisis, the sector of social economy has demonstrated a strong resistance to challenges and offered numerous opportunities for maintaining jobs and strengthening social cohesion. Even during the current pandemic, the employment in social economy in Slovenia has not decreased. Social economy can also contribute to the green and digital transformation, especially through the development of social innovations that lead to upskilling and reskilling of vulnerable groups of workers and contributes to the development of sustainable business models. Regarding your concrete questions, Slovenia has a long tradition of supporting the so-called third voluntary sector. In 2011, we recognized the exceptional importance of social entrepreneurship and adopted the Social Entrepreneurship Act. In 2017, the law was amended to incorporate the definition of social economy into the law, placing the concept of social entrepreneurship in a broader context. Since the adoption of the law, the number of registered social enterprises has been growing steadily. In addition to registered social enterprises, the sector also consists of enterprises that employ people with disabilities and different employment centers, which we are structurally supporting by a quota system for people with disabilities. Slovenia also encourages the development of social economy and social companies through the financing of their activities from the European structural and investment funds. The funds have contributed significantly to the increasing of the number of people involved and also by increasing the employment opportunities in social economy, to the development of good practices in the area of social services, to sustainable development, and to the promotion of the social economy itself. Slovenia has also empowered social economy organizations with a legal framework to facilitate their participation in public procurement tenders. In addition, some social economy organizations have the possibility to use the premises owned by the state or local authorities free of charge, which facilitates their entry into the market. However, social economy organizations in Slovenia, as elsewhere in Europe, face certain challenges. They differ among themselves and also participate in a sector that is composed of different legal entities. Many employees receive minimum wages and working conditions vary widely. The sector is not homogeneous, and it is difficult for them to engage in collective bargaining and common position towards decision makers. We therefore welcome the announced action plan for the social economy. We believe that the action plan is an opportunity to increase the visibility and meaning of social economy and the role of it plays in creating jobs, especially for the most vulnerable groups of the population. Thank you.
Thank you. Muito obrigado. Salientou várias medidas de recolhimento.
Yes, thank you. Indeed, you've had different efforts to recognize and support the sector in Slovenia. Social firms, there's been an effort to support solidarity. You've also voiced some of the challenges you faced. And we continue with the reports from different governments. Now we're going to hear from the Minister from Spain for Labor and for the Social Economy. We'd like to begin with a very simple question to begin. Now, Spain has a tremendous tradition for the social economy, strong regional dynamics, and a clear institutional recognition of the sector. How do you see the role that the European Union's policies have played to encourage the social economy? How can this help in the recovery when it comes to youth employment and women's employment, for example?
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Well, the social economy in Spain is in very good health. It's about 10% of the GDP and about 12.5% of employment, generating more than 2.2 million direct and indirect jobs in all economic sectors. It's a business model which is one that puts individuals at the heart of their business model. It employs there's more than 43,000 entities. Most of these are cooperatives. Now, the government has helped, and that's proved essential. If I may, I'd just like to mention a few things which have really been key when it comes to making sure that the social economy is strong in Spain. First of all, there's been a legislative effort undertaken for the social economy to make sure that it is a key player in our economy. Spain approved in 2011, as you know, the first law on the social economy adopted in Europe. Later, its social economy strategy was developed. And in our legal setting, the role played by the social economy is essential. It's essential to the development. It enshrines commitments for development of the social economy as such. Now, secondly, I'd like to mention just how important economic and institutional support has been coming from the public authorities. Shoring up of the social economy can only really exist if you do have a commitment made, and that has to be reflected in public policies, and which should have an economic facet too. This support has taken form in many areas, but I'd like to just highlight the great importance in Spain of efforts to grow the social economy within job and employment policies. Currently, we're working on a new generation of ways to increase jobs, which is closer and more effective. One that reflects our desire to make sure that the social economy is something which hits a priority when it comes to creating high-quality jobs. Now, in doing this, we're counting on funds from Europe, not just, but including those coming from the Operative Program for Social Inclusion and the Social Economy, which is part of, for Spain, which is part of the European Social Fund. I'd also like to mention the great importance played by the representative organizations within the social economy, so that this model of the economy can take root in our country. The representation of the social economy in Spain is very much cohesive, and representatives from the sector get a lot of support from the government, including economic support, which makes it easier for them to do their job. And since that is so, our government has given great recognition to this. In fact, if you look at the name of my very ministry, it's not just the labor ministry, but also the Ministry for the Social Economy. We pay great attention and see how relevant the sector is. We raise its visibility, and this reflects our public commitment, our government's commitment, to make sure that this is something which makes the economy more sustainable and the lives of people too. This is something which is going to be very important as we move forward. Indeed, firms and entities from the social economy have shown that they're very, very good in very difficult times. Things like financial crises. The fact that they're close to the workers, that they're close to societies, and they're close to those that have suffered from the pandemic have meant that we've had more humane policies, better in terms of the organization, better in the types of services which they've been able to provide. And this really is at the very heart of the social economy. Firms within the social economy have played and continue to play a role to help us get out of this crisis. Often they are providing goods and services which are of the utmost importance. Also, they're involved in the production and distribution of food and other health-related services. In other cases, they have transformed their production lines or put their means available for distribution to fight and to contribute to the fight against the pandemic. As we look at this, they've really been in the fight against COVID-19. They've helped those who are the oldest and the most vulnerable in our society. Now, I'd like to just mention one essential aspect of the social economy, so important when it comes to economic regeneration, times like now. That is making it possible to combat precarious work and to combat or to promote high-quality jobs, particularly for those who are most vulnerable. According to the statistics that we have at the ministry, 80% of contracts signed by companies within this sector are proper contracts, not temporary contracts. 47% are given to those under the age of 40. It's also important to note that these are firms with large participation by women. Also, 128,000 people with handicap, who are handicapped or are likely to be marginalized have been covered. They have worked in areas where other companies have not been able to do the same types of jobs. Their focus on the unit of beings and not on capital means that they can have proper measures which are actually very effective. So in a nutshell, when you look at the different firms that have a social value, that are excellent in terms of their access to and give access to the market for women and others and young people and other vulnerable groups, at the same time that they put these people to work, they work on high-quality projects. The European Union is part of this effort to make sure that social firms are involved and have really helped in their development. The approval of the action plan for the social economy in the fourth quarter of this year by the European Commission is excellent news indeed and will be a turning point in the development of the sector. In this slide, it's very important to remember the conclusions of the Council of the European Union dated the 7th of December of 2015, which also involved Commissioner Nicholas Schmidt. All member states of the UE stated their commitment to developing the social economy and solidarity. So from that time, we've moved forward together. The European Commission has put into place things such as the Social Business Initiative and the ESER program to promote the social economy, and working with autonomous communities and Spanish cities and other cities across Europe have made progress. We've worked together. We've worked in the committee which is monitoring the Luxembourg Agreement with the implementation of programs and different policies aimed at the sector. A recent development was the approval of the Toledo Declaration. Most member states signed up to this, and it invites them to continue, invites the others to do what they can do in trying to develop policies and programs, including the European Action Plan. Portugal this year has the presidency of the Monitoring Committee, and here, as in other work being performed in their presidency of the EU, will have our full and complete support. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I think you've given us a pretty good overview of the institutional arrangements in Spain, which provide support to social economy entities. You mentioned the work of those involved in social goods and services in this context of crisis. Now, I'd like to move on to another area which involves national experiences here. I'd like to put a question to the head of the task force, Vic van Vuren. Thank you very much for your participation. An open question, first of all. The United Nations around the world looks at the organizational reality and the great challenges faced by the social economy organizations and enterprises. Could you share your experience with us? Perhaps tell us more about the situation of what has been done in Africa and South American countries, for example.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this opportunity. Indeed, the SSE organizations face important challenges today, especially in developing economies where there's still a gap in the enabling environment and policy work in favor of SSE ecosystems. And I think the good work that's being done in Europe, it's so important that we link that to developing economies to make sure that we keep this continuity and not create a bigger gap. Many members of the UN Task Force for SSE, such as the ILO, the OECD, and the UNDP, are working in different countries to support governments in such direction. At the same time, SSE organizations are part of the solution, especially in addressing the needs linked to the huge social and environmental deficits. A human-centered economy represents both the present and the future. As the current pandemic is showing us, we need to urgently rethink the way that we're doing business in order to ensure a planet-sensitive and a human-centered long-term recovery. Even though there might be short-term benefits, we're focusing on the longer term. In Africa, the interest and attention around SSE started in the early 2000s as a response to the global crisis at the time, and they were seen as a concrete alternative to respond to the multifaceted crises. The SSE is still and perhaps even more relevant today. The interesting feature about the SSE is that it's an economy that serves people, a tool to advance the access to certain rights, to better jobs and living conditions for people, including also the most excluded ones. It is underpinned by a value system that is sorely missed across the globe. And we often forget about this key value system that we need to entrench back into the world of work. This is why the UN Task Force, we speak about the opportunity to create partnerships with actors and movements of the SSE in order to accelerate the achievements and localizing of the Sustainable Development Goals and Agenda 2030. The United Nations Task Force includes as observers many active umbrella organizations who can play a key role at international and regional levels, such as REPES, the International Cooperative Alliance, Social Economy Europe, GCEF, Euclid, and many others. And these partnerships are proving to be key as we roll out implement our actions. These partnerships among different actors are very key for the new social welfare which is being built at EU level. It is very much rooted in multi-stakeholder and multi-level partnerships. This is at the core of the Agenda 2030, and it is rooted in the conviction that a dialogue with the SSE sector should reinforce and not undermine the role of the public sector, which should remain as the main sector to ensure access to fundamental rights, like access to health and welfare. Now, given the proximity of SSE organizations to their members and the communities they serve, various types of SSE organizations are playing a significant role in developing and providing locally accessible and affordable routes to improved healthcare and welfare systems in areas such as aging, disability, HIV/AIDS, reproductive rights, mental health, post-trauma care, rehabilitation, and prevention. In large parts of Africa, community-based organizations, notably mutual health organizations, have grown substantially. They are often the only means by which informal workers can access health insurance schemes. And one must remember that in Africa, we're talking about 80% plus informal sector. In West Africa, they are emerging as key players in various national health strategies. Complementarities between SSE initiatives in health and public policy have considerable potential for overcoming the fragmentation between policymaking and ground level solutions. If we look at Latin America, the SSE emerged as a response from communities to organize themselves and become involved in economic and social life, complementing and reinforcing the government and the traditional private sector in meeting the socio-economic needs of the territories and the people. For instance, in Costa Rica, the government recently formulated a national policy on the social and solidarity economy, which as the ILO, we were pleased to support. Remembering, although I represent the UN task force, I also am employed by the ILO. It includes the guideline 6 on SSE and K-economy that calls for a new welfare by opening the partnership with SSE organizations in complementing the policy itself. The aim is to support SSE initiatives in the context of the challenges of the demographic transition and the care services for the elderly that the country will require in the coming decades. Moreover, cooperatives in Africa and Latin America have facilitated access to healthcare services for people living with HIV/AIDS, and governments have been inspired by these initiatives to design public health policies. One of our takeaways from our work in the field is that SSE policies and programs should be mainstreamed within the national development plans and policies. And here is a huge amount of work. In the developing economies, we are lagging. And at the UN task force, we've got one specific intervention that we want to work together with the partners in Europe and elsewhere, is to bring these key enabling environments to the level of the developing economies to facilitate a better operative playing field for the SSEs. My last point is, for this reason, the SSE organization should be included in the main agendas of modernization and competitiveness. I'm glad to say that at the governing body of the ILO last week, they concluded and agreed that in 2022 on the International Labour Conference, one of the main debates will be the social and solidarity economy. This will be the first time in the 100 years history of the ILO. Although we've debated cooperatives, we've never debated the social economy. And this is going to be a groundbreaking debate for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Obrigado por este retrato.
Thank you very much for this overview that focused on the articulations between transnational and multilateral organizations, as well as the ILO's idea of articulating policymaking with local solutions. Now I'm going to ask Juan Antonio Pedreño some questions. He is the president of Social Economy Europe. And I hope that we will have time to focus on both the questions later. So there are about 2.8 million social economy enterprises and organizations in the EU. What can be done and what should be done to support social economy businesses, integrating them more and better into the socio-economic policies of the states and the Union? Thank you very much, Alvaro, for your question. First of all, I would like to thank the Portuguese presidency of the Council, to the Minister Godinho and Cassis for the invitation to participate here. I would also like to salute everybody else on the panel, specifically the Minister of Labour and Social Economy of Spain. The 2.8 million businesses in the social economy aim to strengthen what we already do. They are key partners to the European Commission and all the administrations in order to reach the strategic objectives of Europe. This is true on both the macro and the micro levels. Of course, They are able to really help the situation on the field. So of course, such companies are key to driving and mobilizing our intelligence and entrepreneurship and creative skills for a fair and sustainable recovery, ensuring that no one stays behind. Also, we can reindustrialize our territories, we can capitalize talent and persons. We can help everybody in projects of collective entrepreneurship. Moreover, these projects are pure resilience itself. They are always committed to their environment. They never outsource. Of course, we are also a driver of the green transition led by citizens. As you already know, cooperatives of energy generation for renewable power have great potential, as well as the social economy companies that work in the circular economy, in the social economy and sustainable development, or in the social economy and for decent and affordable housing. We are the revolution because this is the revolution of the citizens who do not want to be at the mercy of speculation and reinvest profits into their collective well-being and objectives. There is also another type of economy that requires a great deal of care. It is that of healthcare. And there is also the digital economy, which is leading to a systemic and high-impact change. These types of companies can help us face these challenges. And the European funds for recovery will definitely help us a lot. So the social economy will participate in these plans, and they are also key to fight poverty. And they must be part of the action plan of the European Union for the social pillar. We want to be a key partner for the programs of the European Union and a partner in the establishment of new policies. How can we do this? We can ensure that the social economy participates in the plans for recovery and resilience in Europe. As has already been said, the social economy, and as the Minister Yolanda Díaz has mentioned, a lot has been done in terms of programs. The potential of the social economy is great in terms of a better reconstruction. In Portugal, the social economy is a priority, as well as it is in Spain. Another area that we can work on is in the investments in the economy, including the mobilization of the Erasmus, of the ESF and ESF Plus, as well as Erasmus for trainees. We need people who are trained and educated in order to move forward, and we need and the social economy must participate actively in this. We also require clear statistics in order to be able to calculate how to move forward with the social economy. The social economy is also an employer, and it should participate in the intersectoral social dialogue of the European Union. The plan of the European Union for the social economy is fundamental in this context. Thank you. Thank you, Juan. Thank you very much for your encouraging talk about any economic and social recovery thanks to the social economy. And this will be done thanks to their creative and innovative ability. And now we are going to be listening to Francisco Silva, the Director General of the Portuguese Confederation of Social Economy.
Thank you very much for your participation. Very straightforward question, first of all. So the social economy in Portugal has become more and more recognized at the institutional level and been working with the public authorities going back to the Democratic Constitution of 1976. Now, in 2018, the Portuguese Confederation of the Social Economy was set up and will have an important role in the future, undoubtedly, when it comes to social negotiations. What are the major objectives in terms of public social economy policy of the Confederation? Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank Professor Almeida and just make a couple comments, if I may. First of all, I'd like to thank the mayors who were here today and undertook a commitment to the Portuguese network of cities to this social economy. I'd like to thank Basilo Horta, who's been involved with this since 1976, important date. I think that was the first time that a social economy was referred to in our legislation. Another important thing was mentioned by the former labor minister. In 2010, he set up the Confederation. And throughout this process, which leads to my comments here today, this recognition of the social economy started there, and recognition of how important it is, and that started then and has continued. And it's really been a determinate contribution to the development of the social economy. It wasn't easy, by the way, to build this structure. Well, we had to have, national bodies, cooperatives, charities, different foundations that were part of this confederation. A number of different types of bodies. We had to join our forces and our wills. And so today we have a confederation. So then, what are the objectives of the confederation? Well, we have two major objectives. We're in the first phase of working our way into the Portuguese Economic and Social Committee. The requirements have been united. We're having a meeting with the head. We're going to be presenting our application, our candidacy, to become members of the committee. And then we'll undoubtedly be part of the Economic and Social Committee. It's ongoing. It has a number of phases and steps. So then why? What are our priorities? Well, dialogue, more dialogue. The fiscal status of of our entities. Now, there is legislation in the pipeline. In the social legislation, well, there's things that need to be done yet. And then we have the green part of the equation, then the digital transition, development of human resources, and then food policy. Now, the European Union is moving towards trying to decarbonize the environment, trying to move to zero carbon contributions in 2050. And we need Europe to sign up to these goals. We've been involved in the debates even today. We are keen and willing to be involved in these discussions. We're moving on to a new agricultural policy. We're looking at new ways to deal with the need for nutrition and food. So the social economy has to be part of this. We're going to be active participants in this, indeed. And that's certainly something that we can do in Europe. Now, when it comes to the question you put to me, and to try and have an overview of what we're involved in, well, that's pretty much what we're aiming at. And we hope that in the medium term, this will come to fruition. Because in this phase of the crisis, it's become so clear just how important the participants, the players of the social economy are. And then you've also got, when it comes to human resources, you've got training. You see how important that is. It's got to be part of the social dialogue. It's not just about wages, but there's other areas of social policy too. And having a body such as our confederation involved is essential. And I think here we need to then look at social policy at the European level. You've got to have a true representation of the social economy players at the European level too. Thank you very much. Very, very to the point, very brief. It's been instructed by your wealth of experience here, and you've certainly got a tremendous amount of experience here in Portugal. Others do in other countries, slightly different sometimes, depending on the country, but you have some very concrete brass tacks experience on developing the Confederation. Now I'd like to move on to the president of the Social Innovation body here in Portugal, headed by Felipe Almeida. Well, we can see that the social economy will have a contribution to make to achieving the underlying principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights, and will play a role in meeting the challenges before us in this sector. So perhaps you could say a few things about how the social economy can participate in this process. Yes, thank you very much, Alvaro. Thank you very much. I'd like to greet all the other participants, all the other participants of the panel, thanking first of all to the Minister and then also the President of CASAS. Thank you so much for inviting me to participate and to give my 2 cents worth about the social economy as we reflect on ways that we can work together, and as Mr. Alvaro said, what we can do. Now, I think that this is one of the debates for our time. Now, as you know, it's been referred to, the social economy means essentially all those collective activities which have a social facet for improving quality of life. Here I'm thinking about organizations, often nonprofit organizations. The main goal is public service. And then if you want to look at the challenges before these bodies, all those in this sector, well, first and foremost, I would refer to some structural challenges of the social economy and the organizations which make up that economy. First of all, the social aspect. Not for consummation, but really the needs of people. Then secondly, volunteering. Not because you need the volunteers to operate, but just that this brings together so many people. It's really a healthy thing in and of itself. It's built upon the willingness and the desire of everyone to get involved, roll up their sleeves and help. And then a third element, innovation. Well, the social economy, as we know, was always something which was born of the need to try and address society's problems. So, I mean, that's pretty much not the objectives. I think then you've got to look more at the way you do that. The objectives are clear. What are the ways and means? Well, you need to try and increase the impact. You've got to make sure that it can do more to transform society. And then you've got some of the challenges linked with globalization and then others with the state, of relations with the state, with the administration. That can often lead to hybrid solutions. Sometimes you have to look at the types of services that should be provided. You've got to figure out how you can measure how much well-being has been produced, and then impact assessment to see what works. But when it comes to the specific challenges before the social economy, well, if you go back to our Portuguese experience, I think first and foremost would be a question of resources available to the sector. And here, I'm thinking specifically of the need to bring more young people into the social economy. Now, you can imagine this sector, when it comes to age, well, I mean, young people can't want something they haven't really become aware of. So we need to raise awareness so that young people today do see, oh, the social economy, oh, it's an opportunity, a unique and one-off chance to move forward with a career and a project. It's not just about training, but you've also got to really change the models for dissemination of information, of training. And then when it comes to the way that organizations in the social economy operate, well, here I see 6 challenges in terms of organization, concrete challenges. Well, we've got to get our act together when it comes to management, become more professional. We've got often, a director general who's up above the different technical operators. And then we have to have a better identification of needs and meet those needs. So that is an ongoing process with feedback loops. We need to make steps towards better addressing needs and also anticipate new needs as we learn more about them through our experience. Then we've got to put technology to work to improve our effectiveness in our replies and also to develop new replies. So we've got to really build into our approach use of technologies. Then fourth, collaboration, strategic partnerships, alliances between different sectors so that we can share good practice, we can share common goods, so we can overcome territorial issues and then also have better access to financing. Fifth challenge, the impact analysis. We should be able to measure in a systematic way what our results are. And then finally, communication policy. We need to get the message across. I mean, if you do a good job but no one knows about it, if you don't get the word out beyond your walls, well, then you're not going to be reaching your full potential. And to conclude, in addition to these challenges, there's another one within the social economy. Others have mentioned this too. Giuseppe Guerini as well. Well, within the social economy, you've got to have different models. You're going to take on board the more traditional approaches, but you can, and indeed should, have aspects of trying to improve a given neighborhood. At the same time, you try to make it feature more democratic access to tools and perhaps better ways to treat with different types of health problems. So the social economy can contribute. It can try and do things to combat social inequalities. It can come up with innovative solutions. It can help public policy evolve. And we'll have more to say about this undoubtedly through time. Well, thank you, Felipe. Thank you very much for that comprehensive reply. You've given us a good overview. You've shared your concerns, your ethical approach to this. You've helped us see better the context in which the social economy players find themselves. Well, we do have time for a second round of questions. That was something we had planned for. So that's only because people used their time well the first time around. So perhaps I can put another question to each one of you. And hopefully you'll be able to keep it brief so that we don't run out of time. Maybe 3 minutes rather, let's say, for the second round. Lots has already been said. And obviously, it would be good to have more time to continue this debate. Let's start with Angel Guriev again. Angel, please. Thank you. Now, in the European Union, you've got the social economy players. They're basically broken down into 5 different types of bodies: cooperatives, associations, mutualities, foundations, and then most recently, other types of social companies. We've said a lot about those today. Do you think that the companies and the social businesses can make an important contribution to combat inequality and to promote social cohesion? And if so, how can they do that? Perhaps you might have an example or two in mind.
Thank you, Alvaro. The social economy holds inclusiveness and social cohesion at its core. It's part of the substance. It has an inclusive mission, inclusive governance, with participatory and democratic approaches, works inclusively with communities, as well as in partnerships with firms, with the public sector, with civil society. So by pairing economic and social goals, social enterprises reduce inequality and promote social cohesion. This, for example, includes work integration of groups that are often excluded from the labor market, or community services to foster social capital, a sense of community. These goods, these services are critical to vulnerable and disadvantaged communities. The social economy also plays an important repair function during the crisis. It addresses social needs not covered by the market economy or by public action. So social businesses have proven capacities in facilitating the engagement and the mobilization of local stakeholders to address urgent needs. And OECD findings have highlighted numerous examples of how the social economy meets key needs, from health services, distributing food, ensuring continuing employment for vulnerable individuals, etc. Moreover, the social economy designs and implements innovative ways to organize economic activity in a more inclusive, more sustainable manner. Social businesses, for example, have unlocked new sectors by identifying and developing what we could call niche opportunities. The fair trade movement, waste, textile recycling are very good examples of this. Now, as a strong contributor to the European economy, accounting for more than 2.8 million companies and entities and 13.6 million paid jobs. So 2.8 million companies and 13.6 million jobs. The social economy is playing an increasingly important role in Europe. But still, it needs to be scaled up. And the forthcoming European Action Plan for the social economy will be key in achieving this. The OECD is playing its part to support this scaling up. Jointly with the European Commission, we've launched a 3-year global action on the social and solidarity economy. The global action aims to promote inclusive, smart, and sustainable growth by supporting the development and also the internationalization of the social economy, including social entrepreneurship. This work builds on our 20+ years experience in this field. We'll support countries, businesses, communities to scale up the impact of social economy organizations while preserving their local engagement. It will also inspire mainstream firms to adopt a social purpose, to move to the social side, if you will. So we aim to achieve this by supporting the design of conducive legal frameworks for the social economy, by offering guidance to the design and implementation of measurements of the social economy's impact. If you cannot measure it, you cannot manage it. And by focusing on international exchanges to allow peer-to-peer learning. And finally, let me offer our support to the Portuguese government in its effort to promote the social economy as a strategy to build forward better, as well as in the implementation of the forthcoming European Action Plan for the social economy. So, you can count on the OECD. Please trust the OECD. We are ready to support you every step of the way in this very important endeavor to promote and to grow the social economy in Europe and elsewhere in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. Thank you. Obrigado.
Thank you. Now, this question of the internationalization of the social economy, how to scale this up, is the term used, how to upscale the social economy, such an important question. It will be raised increasingly. But we've also mentioned labor relations in all of this. And Maria Elena Andre is a specialist in this sphere. What do you think? Elena, what do you see as being the major problems of work and labor relations in the context of social economy organizations and enterprises? Well, thank you. I'll try and be more disciplined this time when it comes to the stopwatch. Well, let's start with the positive side. Well, the upside is that everybody here today discussing this subject in a virtual way support a role for the social economy. We want to see this developed. We want to be this more sustainable. This is true for the European Union, but also for the other institutions. And we've got all the different social actors. Everyone wants to have more just work, more inclusive, one more characterized by social justice. And we shouldn't lose from sight the fact that proximity is a key word. The social economy enterprises are close to their communities. That proximity is essential if you're going to be innovative, thinking outside the box, as we say, and also when it comes to the questions that can be addressed, say, for example, environmental issues, or helping the most vulnerable, or the different crises. Well, the crisis we're in right now has made it very clear just how important this is. And we could discuss all day all the reasons why we need to shore up the social economy. But when it comes to promoting this reinforced role, we've got to also define exactly what we mean, where the social economy is going to be working so they actually can really achieve those goals. So you need to have governance systems. You set those up at the European Union and national level and also internationally. We know the EU has a role to play when it comes to producing texts. Often they do promote cooperative arrangements in countries today. And then, in just the few minutes I've got left, I guess I just want to just stress 2 points within this debate that I think are important when it comes to the role of the social economy here. The first involves the interaction of the social economy with the public authorities, and the second has to do with the defense of labor rights. 13.5 million workers in Europe working in this sector. We shouldn't forget that. That was a figure just put forward by another speaker. Now, when it comes to the first point, well, I think that's something that the state needs to be very busy on when it comes to making sure that there is protection for children, for the elderly, that work services, for employment services are well maintained, that there's high quality services here provided by the state. And we've got to make sure also that they're involved in doing their part to make sure that the cities we build are sustainable. And they've got to be involved in developing the recovery programs. And we've got to make certain that we move towards recovery which is green, which is fair. And public services have to be strong to meet that challenge, and they have to be properly financed. So this idea of trying to promote the social economy and make sure that it's characterized by solidarity, well, you've got to start by making sure that you see this as a complement to a strong public sector charged with ensuring social progress. There shouldn't be competition. That shouldn't be the word. I mean, the state should be providing essential services. And then you can have complementarity via the social economy, but you can't outsource essential and core government services. Second point. Well, work relations, labor relations. Well, I'd like to go tie that in with the preceding question. Okay, it's the centenary of the ILO on the future of work. Well, there has to be a political commitment in the future. Now, if you know the ILO, you've got representatives of government, workers, and employers. And everyone, all workers, everyone has to get involved in ensuring that workers' rights are respected. And a strong commitment was voiced in 2018 to that principle. Right to collective bargaining, right to organize, just the essential rights. We're all aware of the essential rights of workers. You've got working times, you've got Social Security arrangements. Those have to be extended to all workers in the working in Europe, regardless of what the type of firm or enterprise they're involved in. So if you go back to that, you'll find that there are 3 suggestions, 3 recommendations, which are essential. First of all, a recommendation on cooperatives, then second, working relations, and then the recommendations on the informal sector being transitioned to the formal sector, which then leads to a respect for labor rules and legislation, and making sure that the different institutions involved, this international or national, are doing their part. Now, going back to the 2022 conference in the public on decent work, I think that's very, very important. We can see there's going to be a great deal of interest there. People are interested in what the ILO is doing in many parts of the world. The crisis has probably led to an uptake in interest. People have gotten more aware of what the ILO does. It's different initiatives. There are discussions in the ILO. Then there will be discussions in the second half of 2021 at an economy of the ILO on social economy and social solidarity. So then leading into the second part of your question, well, I think that social rights are essential here in the European Union. That's something that's going to make it possible for the social economy to meet its opportunities and potential. But, you know, we've seen with the European Union, it takes time. Things develop through time. You have then, you know, inspiration, then we compare with others, and slowly but surely together we move forward on these fronts. Thank you. Thank you, Elena. So now we have your comments, which are very, very important on how this all ties together, how this was something that develops working together with the public authorities. Now, that's a point that I would like to now put to the Slovenian Minister for Labor. The question that's tied in with public measures that have been taken. Now, Ms. Mateja Ribrik is very much in favor of having an institutional approach here. Also looking at efforts to try and work with the elderly. That's been something which has really been on your radar We're all aware of that. What types of recommendations would you have for your European colleagues when it comes to social protection and solidarity efforts when it comes to the elderly specifically?
Well, thank you. First, let me address the topic of deinstitutionalization. Everybody has the right to be included into broader community and to have enough control over his or her life. It's also necessary to transform the existing institution to better support the community. We all know that older persons are the fastest growing age group in the European Union. But this age group is also very heterogeneous, owing to differences in individual life situations. Active encouragement of the development of community-based services is key for the future. We need to adjust these services to the needs of the individuals and offer support to their informal caregivers. A strong emphasis should also be placed on ensuring that individuals maintain their habits and routines. In doing so, we allow them to preserve their dignity. One of the key elements of a good network of community service for older people is investing in workers in these services. Skilling and providing them with good incentives is crucial. However, despite the commitment to the institutionalization, we must be aware that the users of institutional care are aging and consequently need more support. Their needs are becoming increasingly more complex. By providing integrated care for the elderly living in home care, elderly care homes are blurring the lines between community-based and institutional care. In the process of setting up the long-term care system, it's necessary to provide adequate facilities that enable the provision of health, social, educational, and other services, and at the same time transition care homes into integrated social and healthcare services, providers with accommodation, serving also as community-based service providers. We are aware that the need for services for the older person will only rise in the future. We should all be addressing them together in a coordinated manner. At the EU level, we are already coordinating our long-term care activities. They are becoming more and more relevant. The population is aging and our public finances are under strain. Slovenia will also address the demographic challenges and challenges faced by older persons during its presidency. So I look forward to continuing our discussion there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Obrigado pelos seus.
Thank you very much for your portrayal of social policies for the elderly and in the area of healthcare in Slovenia. As far as national policies and ideas are concerned, I would now like to ask what I feel is an important question to Mrs. Yolanda Diaz. Minister, you have great experience of working in Galicia, your birthplace, with the organizations and practices of the social economy. How do you see the role of social economy organizations in local communities in the near future? And what new challenges do you think the social economy is facing, especially in terms of territorial cohesion and sustainable development? Now, in my experience, I was able to confirm that the social economy organizations are severely committed to local, urban and rural development. They are companies that are strongly linked to their immediate economic, social and territorial environment. The if international crises are going to serve for anything at all, it is to make us think about the predominant productive models. The butterfly effect proved to us that foreclosures in North America, for example, ended up causing poverty and unemployment in Europe. A virus originating in China caused a health crisis everywhere. And UNCTAD estimates that about 80% of the global trade is currently carried out by international production networks and multinational companies. The fact is that organizations of the social economy promote equality between men and women, as well as the social inclusion and the insertion of young people and those at risk of social exclusion. Of course, they are competitive entities. They operate efficiently on the market, otherwise they wouldn't survive. But they are different. They have a democratic management and a solid ethical code that prevents them from looking for profit at all costs. They have several objectives, these companies, and such as digitalization, more investment in investigation and research and development, innovation, and so on. But they also have other objectives, very specific ones. One of these objectives for social economy companies is to increase their visibility. There is some confusion as to what the social economy really is, that it has negative consequences for the companies themselves. So, for example, they need to increase their visibility. And from the very Ministry of Labour and Social Economy, we are taking great care to minimize the risk of them losing their visibility, and we want to promote equal opportunities for these types of companies compared to others. For example, invisibility also means that sometimes public and private possibilities are not offered to the social economy. So access to financing is very important here. They use different channels for financing. And in terms of small and medium-sized companies, they can access funds from Next Generation EU. For example, there are some areas of the country in which there is a great deal of aging population, and there is rural exodus. So, for example, there is a cooperative in a small town in Spain where the only company that exists is a cooperative. So they have a close link to the territory and to the people there. Moreover, they have the social economy companies have ambition for the future, which is to become more firmly rooted into the economic models for more sustainable, egalitarian, and inclusive models. I do believe that the social economy is going to have a brilliant future. Some adaptations, such as the framework for recovery and resilience plans, will improve sustainability and gender equality, and they have a very transforming effect. And this transforming effect is to be seen a lot of the time in social economic companies. The fact is that these companies will provide us with a return on our investment, which is going to be economic and sustainable, and it will contribute towards a more fair, inclusive, and sustainable recovery. Finally, the economic model of the social economy is to bring more solidity to the European Pillar of Social Rights and to attain the SDGs, as indicated in the Agenda 2030, and opportunities for people and for the planet. Thank you very much for your comments. It is true that we would require a great deal of time to discuss some of the issues that you have raised. But we are going to move on with a second question for Vic van Vuren. He works at the United Nations, UNTFSE, and he has a great deal of experience in this field. So, you are the president for the Partnership for Action in the Green Economy of the UN, and you work for the Business Coalition on Social and Human Capital. What is the role of social enterprises in the EU's environmental agenda at the moment? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I think the days are gone when we start looking at approaching any challenge in isolation. When we look at economic growth, it cannot be said that we deal with it without talking about the environment, the social impact, as well as the impact on the individual. So we need to look at these four capitals in an holistic approach. The recent UN Secretary General's report on socially just transition towards sustainable development presented the SSE, and I quote, as an alternative model of growth aimed at finding a new balance between economic efficiency and social and environmental resilience. By empowering individuals through greater control over decision-making processes and resources, the SSE fosters economic dynamism, social and environmental protection, and socio-political empowerment. That really captures the holistic approach that we need to take forward. The challenge of proposing environmental agendas is to promote transitions that are green, inclusive, and fair. And a just transition is going to be key because there's no magic wand that just makes things happen overnight. Positioning SSE more centrally in the green economy transitions and SSE actors in related policy processes is particularly important in this regard. Social enterprises can play a leveraging role towards a just transition by boosting new economic models that protect the world's poor and the vulnerable people. For instance, in Senegal, where we've got this Partnership for Action in the Green Economy known as PAGE, we are piloting a program with women in the informal economy, globalizing and organizing initiatives supporting the organization of informal waste pickers into cooperatives toward improving their working conditions, while at the same time strengthening the waste management system. This is one example of a win-win situation dealing with social, economic, and environmental challenges with the impact on the individual for the better. Moreover, in a sustainable development approach, it is necessary to move from a linear towards circular, less wasteful systems that use resources more efficiently and sustainably, while providing work opportunities and a high quality of life. Many SSE organizations have started numerous initiatives in the circular economy sector, both in the EU and other regions. And once again, the EU is taking the lead, and we need to learn from this. In terms of the EU's environmental agenda, social enterprises and broader SSE should be more strongly recognized as actors that can contribute to sustainable development, a just transition to climate neutral society, environmentally friendly food systems, and of course, equal opportunities and access to the labor market for fair and safe working conditions, including social protection and inclusion. The SSE ecosystems in Europe are pioneers in local green deals by creating alliances in territories involving citizens and enterprises in the climate transition. For instance, the energy cooperatives show how energy can be made accessible and affordable through the cooperative model, particularly in relation to renewable energy. SSE organizations working in the electrical and electronic waste sector in Europe are contributing to improving working conditions while ameliorating environmental impacts. To lift e-waste workers higher in the value chain, this is important. The SSE-based sustainable local food systems have been witnessing a significant growth in many European countries, including practices from direct farm to home delivery services. In conclusion, I just want to mention that this is also applicable in programs at the UN level. As I mentioned, PAGE, the Partnership for Action in the Green Economy, is a good practice since this alliance is not only focusing on climate change and just transition, but includes many activities bridging with SSE's advancement, creation of decent work, gender empowerment, and other matters. The same is true of the new program that we've just developed called the SSE for SDGs, which aims at reinforcing SSE ecosystems in developing economies. And I refer to my original remarks earlier on. the importance of the enabling environment in these developing economies. And we want to work towards this, and also supporting governments who are calling for a resolution at the UN General Assembly on the social and solidarity economy. We believe that for a cultural change, we need to invest in education. And this is the Achilles heel at the moment. And if we can address education together with the rest, we're on a winning path. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Obrigado.
Yes, thank you. Well, Vic Van Vulen's comments tie in with the next question, which I'd like to put to Juan Antonio Pedreño from Social Economy Europe. This goes back to labor issues at the heart of our debate. Now, Antonio, you have a tremendous amount of experience in the social economy enterprise sector, and particularly when it comes to cooperatives. On the labor side, here I'm thinking of jobs, knowledge, vocational training. What incentives do you consider to be a priority for the social economy if it is to better concretize the principles of the European Pillar of Social Rights? Well, yes, indeed. As you mentioned, the social economy needs, as indeed all society needs, are citizens, both men and women, who do what they can to make the situation in which they find themselves better. So we need a more active and participative citizenship to meet the challenges of the digital and the green economies. And this education, this training that you referred to, really is key. It has to help us move towards a more social Europe. Now, a challenge such as this, an important challenge, among these challenges would be to deal with the paradigm shift in education. Van Vulen made that point. We need better and more education for entrepreneurship, more education to also get the values of social economy actors across. Better participation, entrepreneurship, more knowledge then of the social economy, something which leads to a democratic learning. Social innovation has been referred to as part of the SCE Plus in the pipeline to develop that potential. Now, many years I've been teaching and looking at these issues, really looking at schooling from primary on through to a higher level, and seeing how this can then tie into the social economy. This will then lead to firms being established, and that will help with addressing the carbon emissions issue. It will help with a more socially just society. And I see what's happened in France and other countries, and I look at programs that have gone forward that have promoted entrepreneurship in the context of social economies. It's one of the nicest, most beautiful programs I've been involved in. And then the idea is to see how you can take that model and then use it in other countries. And often this has been under the flag of cooperatives, but not just. So how do you teach these entrepreneurs these values? Well, how do you have a communication campaign that gets a message across to everyone? How do you build the important values into this? The types of things that need to be presented to young people in particular. There's the future. Well, in the future, these people need to be trained about the social economy. Otherwise, they're not going to take up these challenges. Now, there's a saying that says, you can't call what you don't know. You can't see what you are not aware of. So we have to train. We have to raise awareness. We have to make people aware of these new economic models, ones that do have mainstreamed the issues of sustainable development, sustainable agricultural cooperation between universities, research center cooperation, the sharing of a vision. And this morning, this was referred to often, but we need also to have we have to have, yes, indeed, industries that look at trying to provide care, but we need to make sure that we raise the awareness of the overall context so that people are called. And then we have to make sure that all the different players provide the support to this effort. Now, I can give you a concrete example of this. We've got the ILO, we've got governments, we've got institutions, we've got the United Nations here, we have the social economy. Well, I think working together, that's going to be key if we're going to make sure that the social economy does reach the speed, the dimensions that we all want it to, and that I think that the social economy deserves. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Juan Antonio. Gracias. Well, Francisco, much like Juan Antonio, has a lot of experience in the cooperative movement, particularly in the area of agriculture. I think he knows very, very well about efforts to organize the social economy here in Portugal. Now, and Francisco, how do you see the labor challenges when it comes to skills, training, development of human resources in particular? And how do you see the development then of social economy organizations and firms in the future?
Thank you for the question. I would like to, however, make a short comment. We've been speaking a lot about a social economy of solidarity. I would like to here distinguish the more mercantile form of the social economy and the other type, i.e. solidarity-based one. We have noted that during the pandemic, food was still sufficient in Portugal. The cooperatives in the field of agriculture really do support the economy. They provide honey, oil, fruit, vegetables, and so on to the Portuguese population. So these cooperatives continued working during the pandemic, and this proves how fundamental they are to society. There was also a banking cooperative in rural areas where these banking cooperatives existed. The people still could access easy banking services. Here again, we can see that the presence of these banks is useful, but the banks union is not analyzing the particularities of such cooperatives sufficiently. So those are two comments that I wanted to make because I do think that they are important. As to the question you have asked, sir, social economy organizations should really train their partners. They have been called upon to perform tasks which are highly specialized. So it is important that the partners and workers be trained. The social economy also faces challenges such as the digital and the green transition, without ever forgetting the human dimension. The world of labor is going through profound changes, and the social economy is important here because it places people at the heart of their concerns and not just money. And it also aims to protect the most vulnerable. The social economy should become more visible, both nationally and on the European Union, and it should strengthen its capacities. It should also receive support for employment and others. some funds should be reserved exclusively for the social economy. There is another challenge, social investment. Various families that could expand their activities so that they can participate in society more. This would be a form of cooperation between families and could be implemented on a European level. Here, it is proof again of something that could be done in the field of the social economy. So thank you very much for your question once again. Indeed, there are two different types of social economy. There is one which is mercantile, and there is one that is solidarity-based. So there are two types. There are many areas in the world that are a true reflection of the importance of the social economy. Thank you. Thank you very much for having really highlighted the two types of social economy, i.e. mercantile and solidarity-based. So now I have one last question for Philippe. What is the importance of social innovation, because I know that you're a fan thereof, in the current socio-economic context, and what should social innovation's role be in the public policies of the future?
You put a challenge before me, Alvaro. Thank you. Well, social innovation, it means innovation in the society, changing the society, combating inequalities, to helping those that are most vulnerable, to strengthen the social links. Now, as it is understood and is looked for today, well, we think that this is one of the biggest opportunities for social change of our times. We are seeing civil society changing, the social sector changing, but also the private sector changing as we try to find new answers to the problems, the challenges before our society, the challenges to our environment that are ever greater at this point in time. And then we look at the public policy. Well, it's essential, their role. They have to create alliances. They have to take on board these new social models that will have a significant impact on the lives of people, particularly the most vulnerable. Now, in Portugal, thanks especially to the European Union, we have a pioneering public policy using European funds to, in fact, fund innovative social projects. We have some 580 projects which have been approved in Portugal, and with millions of euros of investment, 5 million for social innovations. And we've had 650 participants from all walks of social representatives, many local governments involved that are involved in these innovative projects. And who are the players then in the social innovation? Well, most are social players, as Mr. Basile Horta mentioned, but there are other private firms involved too. So we see that the margins and the borders are blurring. We see citizen initiatives coming forward. Often these come out of citizen nurseries or laboratories where they come together, discuss their problems, and look for solutions. And then out of these communities where they become actors in trying to enact the solutions, not just being positive, waiting, or passive, waiting for others to do things. And I think that this commitment to social inclusion via these different initiatives here in Portugal and elsewhere can be policies then to be taken up by the authorities because you have the opportunities. They come via the social sector. They get involved. They develop the methods, and then the sector becomes more attractive to business and others. There's a methodology here where things can be tried out. New solutions can then inspire public policy. Often this is something which does also help promote the development of the less favored regions. Often we see things spreading out from the big city centers out to the other, to the smaller areas, and then we see things coming that direction, and the solutions then can go the other way too and shore up the territorial fabric. And this was something that will address the concerns, the hopes and fears and aspirations of the coming generations who are concerned about the future and are concerned about how this will play out in their private lives. So this time of transition, we've seen in 2020, the European Union put out a call for bids for those developing social policies. Portugal put in an application with 3 other countries. Got the good news last week. Our application's been approved. That means that in the next 2 years, we're going to have collective movement across Europe, working in a number of different member states to set up national centers for social good, a very important undertaking indeed. And now, just to conclude, Alvaro, sorry if I've gone over the 2 minutes time, but I just wanted to say that we're inspired by these social initiative or innovation efforts. Well, now, I just want to challenge everyone. It seems that social innovation is not an end of itself, it's just a method. And here, this is something where people can be inspired by innovative approaches. And we need perhaps an enneagram principle here. And here I'd call it participatory citizenship. This is part of sustainable development. There's an objective there. It's to try and inspire others, too, that we have participatory citizenship, which will be a contributing factor to everything else we try to do. Get citizens involved, get them actively contributing. Let citizens build what they need, and others can benefit from that, too. And there we can learn very much from the experience of building this social economy. Well, thank you very much, Felipe. It's very interesting. I did wonder about that. One of the things that does come to my mind, I think back to what was said by Angel, the head of the OECD, that we're going to be entering in a period here. We won't, but we were going to go on now with questions. There could have been questions that have been inspired by what you have had to say. I think we've got Giuseppe who wanted to say something. No? Okay, apparently Giuseppe's not here at this stage. Well, floor is open. Round of applause. Well, thank you. Well, I've been getting some questions coming in from WhatsApp. We've got about 25 minutes at this stage for a final debate. And I would suggest that we put the questions forward and then we hear very briefly comments from those the questions are put to. Then if anyone wants to add anything, well, feel free to get into the discussion. Now, some of the things that were referred to before, Alexander Lehman asked, when will we have a commitment, an effective commitment to build a microsystem for the private sector, for the public sector, for the state sector, so that we do actually have a charter of principles, financing lines that are all directly targeted to developing clusters and structural funds that target the social economy? Well, it's a pretty to-the-point question. It does also involve the line between private and public and social. Some of you have touched upon that point. Who would like to be the first to reply to that question?
Juan António, queres dizer alguma coisa sobre isto? Talvez faça algum sentido.
Antonio, did you want to say something about this?
Ah, sim. Giuseppe, por favor.
Thank you.
Giuseppe asked for the floor.
Yes, not a problem.
Questa è una domanda molto.
Well, this is a key question. I mean, I think that it's going to be one of the most interesting developments in the future, this capacity to establish a good relationship between private employment and the public sector. I can think of an example, something that's working very well in Italy, and this involves the insertion of people with disabilities, that there are incentives provided to traditional firms, usually in industry. They often have difficulties. Often they do find that there's work that's very dangerous, say in a foundry or in a chemical plant. So there has been a convention signed that then involves passing along some of the training activities to a cooperative. So you've got a triangular then approach here. You've got all three sides of the equation involved. So it's an interesting approach. You have some cooperatives, indeed, that have made investments and learn more about a productive sector, working together with a private firm. And then there's a production line of industrial products that is basically being outsourced to a cooperative. This is a direct case of where you do have cooperation with results, which I think is intriguingly successful. And it does indeed something that could be echoed and repeated at the European level.
Grazie, Giuseppe. Obrigado pelo teu comentário.
Thank you, Giuseppe, for your comment. Some questions have now been submitted. We have spoken about work, but I think that maybe we will ask Andre once again, what are the main challenges for workers, especially young workers, in terms of competences and training, so vocational training, that is, in social economy organizations in the context of the pandemic? So I think, first of all, we need to attract young people to the social economy organizations. I think that this should definitely be done. I was discussing these matters with Philippe. It is very interesting to see how the young people, including in Portugal, are interested in returning back to the countryside or to farming, for example. So I think we need to drive a form of communication that can reach young people to inform them about social economy, because they need to deal with integrating or reintegrating the labor market. There's also something else that rather worries me for both young people and people who are less young, maybe, and that is the aspect of access to qualifications and training. Some areas in which the social economy was operating, there were few opportunities of promotion or of training. So there was not much perspective, both on a personal or on a professional level. So I think that, first of all, what we really need to do is be able to include aspects pertaining to the social economy onto school curricula. Secondly, the management of social economy companies should be quantified. And finally, people should see the social economy as a way of progressing in their career and climbing the ladder. So I'd say that in a moment of economic recovery, we need to really focus on the attraction of the social economy for the young people, where they could really exercise a good job.
Eu acho que o Alfred não tem som.
Sim, peço desculpa que estava a falar assim.
Sorry, I had my microphone off. Well, if we evaluate the role of the social economy in creating jobs, well, this has been much discussed. A question of indicators and the social economy and related activities. I think that we also do need to look at basically pay, especially for full-time jobs in entities in the social economy. We know that at a general level, it's 88% of the average in Portugal. So how can we improve the wages paid by the social economy? Who would like to reply?
Bem, essa é uma questão difícil.
That's a tough question. Because in many companies in the social economy have signed contracts with the state, with the government, and they have standards and rules that are preset. And then every year when they renegotiate salaries or wages, well, even if you look at it's usually based upon the national minimum wage, and that can have an impact on what's then agreed. And this isn't always the case. There are situations where the pay in the social economy is satisfactory. The more professional ones, one's not so much characterized by the notion of solidarity, but when it comes to those involved in solidarity, then the problem of wages is a complex and difficult matter. And when the economic recovery comes, well, then we hope that there will be an improvement of the situation. But yes, it's a tough nut to crack right now. But as a society, we do need to understand the essential role which is played by the players of the social economy, those dedicated to solidarity. We need to all work together to support those entities. They often do have financing problems. And when that occurs, we need to provide support. It's nothing new, really. And when we're going through a time with more difficult problems, well, in our country, we're not in a rich country here, but it is a country characterized by solidarity. And that's been the case for a long time. So, well, give me a tough question, yes, indeed. But at the end of the day, you have to see the overview, and that's pretty much the situation that we're in, and we'll have to find solutions within that context. Well, thank you, Francisco. It is a difficult question, a very important one, nonetheless. And we shouldn't, try to avoid discussions on that very point. Now, just to conclude a couple points, which are more general ones. We've had lots of questions about the access to financing, indexed or more or less indexed financing for social projects, depending on the impact assessments. Well, that's an important issue, too. It's certainly something one finds in the European initiatives aimed at the social economy. We don't have time to get on all of this right now. Just a couple questions by way of conclusion, though, that I would put to Vic van Voeren and Ms. Zurevich, if you will. What types of challenges do you see when it comes to the interlink between social protection and the green transition that we all desire? And indeed, it's part of the new Green Deal, indeed, at the European level. What type of role do you see for the social economy in this context in terms of the comprehensive approach, social protection on the one hand and then green transition on the other? Well, I know we've touched upon this issue, but perhaps you'd like to add a few other points on this, Antonio, as well, perhaps.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll come in. I think the important part is that we need to recognize that in following an environmentally safe program or important program, it's not going to happen overnight. I mentioned that before. There has to be a just transition. And so when you're talking of social protection, we're going to have to find ways and means of accommodating people that might find themselves without employment because a certain part of the industry is closed down. So we come back to the whole area of reskilling. We need to relocate people. We have to find other economic activities for them. So it's a just transition moving from A to B over a period of time. And along these lines, we're going to have to build in fairness and the processes of looking after not only the individual who's been employed, but also the families of the people. So it's a very complex situation, but the whole concept of social dialogue underpins all of this. And it started in your first, second, and third questions, where social dialogue is going to be the important part of negotiating with communities, with individuals, with employers, with the private sector, with government, as we move along this process. But we have to move. I think it's a no-brainer that we have to move to a more environmentally acceptable space. And in order to do that, we have to follow this path. Some areas are moving much quicker than others. Europe is leading the way far better in the circular economy debate than we find in Africa and elsewhere. And we're going to have to use those best practices, transfer them to those economies in order to help them also address these challenges as we move along. So let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Obrigado. António.
Thank you. Antonio? Yes, I did ask for the floor earlier. Social economy companies are actually on the market. And so they have to move with the market. And preferably, the profits they make is reinvested in the maintenance of jobs. So I think that the European framework should promote more resilience for the social economy companies. So normally there is a difference between profits and what they spend profits on. The workers and the partners of the company benefit from over 80% of the profits. So over 80% of employees or workers in the social economy are actually partners in the company. So the money keeps getting reinvested into those companies. I know that, Mr. Silva, there are many public bodies, but it is clear that the social economy companies operate according to market rules. But the real positive and characteristic input of the social economy is the way they invest or reinvest their profits.
António.
Thank you, Juan Antonio.
Kivic.
Mr. Kivic?
Não sei se quer comentar também este tópico ou outro que entenda.
Would you like to comment?
Terá ouvido.
Maybe she has not heard. Maybe there's been a problem. Mateda Žibić, would you like to comment? It does not seem so. So, the debate has now been quite long. And some questions came from the audience. And the final question that we will be focusing on now is the following. In terms of modernization, the need for social economy organizations need to be modernized has been mentioned. And the it seems that everybody agrees on that. So we have not spoken about this particular issue much, but what is the role of the social economy for the post-pandemic recovery? So we're talking about the moment in which we are going to be overcoming this pandemic.
Social innovation, as I said before, is going to involve an intersectoral approach. If we're going to have profound social changes, well, we can't do that just working from one point of view. One of the most relevant experiences that we've had came out of these active partnerships, bringing together the public sector and the social economy sector. And then if you look at the financial models, well, indeed, this can lead naturally to fostering joint approaches. You have innovative projects put forward by social economic enterprises, and then the state wants to finance those. It's something that reflects priorities of public policy, but at the same time, it's a way to promote innovative approaches. So if we're going to get past this crisis, if we're going to build back, but build back better, we need to indeed take on board this intersectorial partnership approach if we're going to find the solutions that we really want, if we're really going to change things in the future in terms of our social organization to find the answers to the types of problems that we'll face in future.
Obrigado, Filipe.
Thank you, Filipe. Juan Antonio?
As Philippa has said, working together is fundamental. We're working on a framework for a recovery fund which will focus on the agriculture, on the digitalization of social economy companies, the provision of platforms, working in the field of affordable housing, and so on. So all these aspects related to people in their natural surroundings. The point here is that is innovative is that it focuses on various areas of Spain in order to create an entire environment. The ministry now wishes to create an ecosystem of social economy hubs, and the base is going to be the green economy and digitalization and companies of the social economy. I feel that they are the only companies that are able to reach the objectives that have been defined. Digitalization should be made accessible to all the companies on the territory and social economy companies especially. Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to make a very brief comment? Giuseppe?
Well, quite briefly, when it comes to innovation and social economy innovation, well, I just would like to just draw everyone's attention to the use of technologies. You've got telemedicine, for example, help to people with disabilities. These types of tools are very important. And indeed, using these devices, this type of innovation, well, we learned about these often via the social economy. We also saw what the risks were of using these technologies, a new form of segregation, because the great danger of technology to help the elderly or to help those with physical disability challenges, well, lots of times it means that you just are going to leave them in their homes. You've got to actually try to find ways to use the new technologies, new digital technologies and telemedicine and whatnot, but have them also not leave out of this equation the fact that these people need to get out of the house. So you've got to make sure you don't rely on these new technologies in a way that's detrimental. So we've got to make sure that, yes, we innovate, but let's not lose the human touch here. That can be an important thing to keep in mind. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Giuseppe. Well, our time has now come to an end. Our day has been long and perhaps even a bit tiresome. So perhaps I could just mention a few of the most central things in our discussions based upon what I've heard, the way I've interpreted the comments made. Well, I think that the conclusions, I mean, they're open-ended. But what I would say is I think that there's 5 main axes, 5 main themes that got a lot of attention in these discussions when it comes to the challenges that the social economic entities face when it comes to European policies. That certainly was one of the key entry points into this discussion. One of the first themes was the importance of making sure that we keep in mind the essential values which are shared by the social economy. That's solidarity. First of all, what makes social economy and a social economy? What is important in this institutional and context? Well, we must keep the fact that this is not something that's coming out of nothing. We've had a social economy, which is important in many parts of Europe for a long time. And then there's the theme of management, that there are many challenges to management and to updating and modernizing management, particularly keeping in mind social policies and the plans that are being developed for the social economy, and in light of the European Pillar for Societal Rights. And then the next theme was the link between the public and private sectors with the social economy, and the need to insert the social economy into national policies, which are often implemented at a local level, and then again, not losing the transnational facet. So how do you actually design these public policies? How do you see that they are comprehensive and they bring both public and private sectors together with social economy actors? And then there's the question of scale. The need to have a global approach, the types of things that economies of scale, the possibilities for achieving economies of scale, how much of this will be attained across borders, how about access to funding too, and procurement, and then finally the impact aspect, that this should be a sustainable impact in terms of extending social policy. So I know there were more things that were discussed. There are things beyond these 5 concepts. That's what's good about a conference, is it is really a possibility to discuss things. I'd like to thank each and all for their contributions to the discussion. I'd also, the speaker kindly thanks the interpreters and all the others that made the meeting possible. Thank you. Hope that we'll meet soon. We certainly share a passion here, and I certainly hope that we'll see each other again very soon. I'd now like to invite the Secretary, the Minister, rather, or State Secretary for Social Security of Portugal, Mr. Gabriel Bastos, to make the closing comments.
Da palavra, Sua Excelência.
So now I will indeed give the floor to the State Secretary of Social Security of Portugal, Gabriel Bastos.
Cara Ministra Yolanda Dias.
Yolanda Dias, Minister, Secretary of State, Mateja Ribic, our representative of Sintra, of the City Council, Antonio Senators, for this dear participants in this high-level conference. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's very much a pleasure for me to have this honor to conclude the work of this conference. I'd like to begin, of course, by thanking everyone for this rich opportunity to share our experience in this area at this particularly important point in time in which we find ourselves. There are perspectives which have been referred to in this meeting. Indeed, these are very important possibilities for us to better understand how important this issue is, and also then to better organize our efforts as we move forward to develop the social economy. I think we all know the economic, social, and indeed effects in those felt as individuals. which characterize the situation in which we find ourselves, the pandemic and the assorted crisis. We don't all understand everything at this stage yet. It's certainly lasting through time. The health crisis is getting better. Nonetheless, together, we have been able to lessen the economic burden and the negative impact on our societies as we attempt to put our economies back on a sound footing and to develop through better knowledge development and equality and inclusion. Social economies are aimed to do that. They will play an essential role in this. They will help to bring convergence and better understanding of what individuals must do and how we can combat social exclusion. Now, through the discussions of today, it became ever clearer that our efforts at recovery and resilience must be strongly anchored in trying to mitigate the social impacts of this crisis. And we have a common challenge before us, and we must together define a very ambitious European social agenda, which is something we all take ownership in. Now, the action plan for the implementation of the social pillar of social rights to 2030, where the European Commission and the Economic and Social Committee will be playing a particularly important role, will be developing the policies at the European and national levels in the next decade. It's very important to recognize that the social economy is going to make a contribution to the overarching goals of the European Union, particularly in the area of the economy, and this must be done in a sustainable way, keeping in mind synergy and commonly shared virtues and values. This is something that can allow us to make our economies, societies, and territories stronger. The social economy, which has been something which has been very important in Portugal since the outset in its basic laws, is something which does bring together the efforts to try to work together as communities in a collaborative fashion to try and shore up decent work and to strengthen the sense of belonging to a community, both the local and global level. Activities of the social economy have proven to be an essential tool helping the most vulnerable members of society. That's certainly been the case in Portugal. It's been made very clear via the national statistics. And we've seen this as a really very important factor in trying to address inequality and to promote and guarantee human dignity in perfect harmony with the objectives laid down in our basic law of the social security system. The most recent data available shows the resilience of the social economy in a context of economic, financial, and social instability, and the impact that it has had on helping employment be maintained and maintaining our socioeconomic activity. Indeed, this is something that's come to the fore in the past crisis as well. As we meet the challenges of the pandemic of COVID-19, it's become very, very clear of just how important the economic sector is and how important solidarity is. It will also be important in future as we try and address the impacts of the pandemic on the economy and on society. The social organizations have, since the very outset, been in the vanguard of the replies on the health and medical fronts, particularly in this very difficult context. Often it's had to be performed with limited resources, but they have had to react and do that very, very quickly. They've complemented the efforts of the public services and of the local governments and national governments. They have come up with rapid, effective, and innovative solutions at all levels, local, regional, and national. Well, let us not forget about the present, but nonetheless, let us turn to the future when it comes to the economic recovery and what we need to do on the social front. We must keep in mind a number of structural challenges that we will have to face. And I think that there are particularly 4 different types of, and in 4 different areas. First of all, climate change, and then the demographic challenge, then the building of the digital society, and finally a reduction of inequality. In all of these areas, we're going to have to do things along the lines of promotion of natality and a higher birth rate, trying to do this also with the possibility of having decent work, a better work-life balance. We've got to look at how we manage the digital and environmental transitions. It's got to be fair and inclusive. They've got to be based upon the protection of community activities, and it's got to be done with cities, and it's got to be done in a way that's sustainable and creates wealth. And then we've got to reduce inequality and improve the living conditions of everyone. In this context, the social economy will continue to be one of the most important tools in this process of recovery of our economies, promoting social cohesion and working across territories and supporting and developing economic models which are both inclusive and sustainable. This is something that's been touched upon by many speakers here today. The European Pillars Action Plan recognizes that the social economy is very important when it comes to trying to meet the goal of 78% employment via the creation of jobs. And this ties with one of the main challenges before society, job creation, and this has to come via social innovation. The social economy is clearly a sector with a great deal of economic potential. We can't leave this out of the equation. It's got to be put to its full benefit. The approval of a European plan for social Europe is something which we have been calling for a number of years already. We do salute the European Commission for having given the signal that they understand just how important this is if we're going to be creating decent jobs, high-quality jobs, and that we have inclusive growth. This is something which will be very important. We need them to be a partner in building a fair and more cohesive and more socially successful Europe. The social economy is not coming out of nothing. It has a vision, it has a local vision, it has an understanding of the challenges before it. Now, more than ever, we need the social economy. This is the reason why the Portuguese presidency decided to organize this conference in the first place. At this crossroads, it's such a crucial point in time for European countries. The contributions and the thoughts which this meeting has allowed us to share will constitute an important underpinning of defining the objectives in a clear and ambitious way for the European plan. Throughout 2020, a year during which Portugal will be in charge of monitoring, the monitoring committee of the Luxembourg Declaration, we will give our utmost help to continue to build upon the excellent work performed by our Spanish colleagues. And we will do everything we can to put as much energy into this vital sector as possible. We'll do that with commitment, with hard work, and with the participation of everyone. Again, I'd like to thank everybody who is involved in this meeting today. I'd particularly like to thank the different mayors who were here present. They have been involved in this project from the outset. I'd particularly like to thank Eduardo Grassa and the Sintra City Hall. They have been our host today. They've shown us a great deal of hospitality. I'd like to thank Eduardo Grassa in particular and the entire team of Casas. They've done an excellent, excellent job indeed of organizing this conference. And again, I'd also like to thank the work performed by our interpreters. Thank you, sir. It's been an honor. So thank you. It's time to work. We need to work together. We need to build the paths of hope. Progress only will be achieved when we can all benefit from that progress. And that's the path we must go down. And that path will only be made if it's made via solidarity and by working together. No one should be left behind. Thank you.
Ora, no final desta...
At the end of this conference, we are going to have a brief music concert. It is the the string quartet of Sintra, composed so that we have Felix Duarte on the violin, Dueric Cardoso on the viola, and Mr. Cardoso on the cello. We have an adagio too that was written to celebrate the death of Luís de Camões. So we also have Allegro Vivace, Adagio, and Presto and will be played by this quartet. It will be approximately 20 minutes long. Thank you.
Após a atuação do quarteto de cordas.
Following this concert, I declare the conference closed. It took place under the aegis of the Portuguese presidency of the Council. Thank you very much.